Hey, welcome to the Council Committee of the Whole for May the 5th, 2026. Welcome to just a little bit later. That's Mark Brown over here from Community Futures and Robin Hepner. And I'm going to mess up her name. I'm going to try it anyhow. Dothla, Miss McFarland, there we go. And Mary Lou Nichols are all representing the Schick Arch on our library here. So welcome. You have an agenda before you. Is there any questions on that agenda? If not, I will take a motion to accept it. Motion from Councillor Selk. All in favor? Is there any other additions to the agenda that we did not talk about? I should have asked earlier, I guess. Seeing none, then we will go right to our delegations. Mark Brown, Community Futures, Alberta Southwest.
Good evening. Well, to repeat, I guess my name is Mark Brown by now. I am the Executive Director of Community Futures Alberta Southwest, have been for about a year. And I've spent my entire career doing a couple things. Helping businesses and communities, just like this one in Cardston, build economies that last. Community Futures has already funded 49 businesses in Cardston and Cardston County since 1999. That's investing $3.73 million in your region. Today, I want to take some time and walk you through why a partnership with Community Futures is the most cost-effective economic development tool available to you. I'll show you the 5 most common reasons businesses fail in communities like Cardston and exactly how Community Futures is built to counter them. And you'll hear from some real businesses that we've supported in the past. I'll finish with a concrete proposal to you. Numbers on the table and decision ready. I'm probably one of your viewership on your YouTube channel, and I have a face built for radio, so I'm hoping you're going to edit this out. But we'll, in the next 20 minutes or so, here's what I want to get across to you. Here's what I want you to know that maybe you didn't know before. You're going to know exactly how Cardston can hand any local business owner 6 hours of free consulting, access to ongoing business training, and access to an interest-free improvement loan, and do all that for as little as $25,000 to the town over the next 5 years. Not a concept, not a program that's still being designed, but the infrastructure is already built, the track record is real, and the only question on the table today is whether we go forward or not. So we got 20 minutes, let's make them count. Before I actually hit there though, a quick word on who you'd be partnering with. Currently we're a 3-person team. Myself as the Executive Director, Jamie Orr as our Administrator, and Sylvia Wave, who is our Business Development Officer. Both of them work with business owners every single day. We have a saying in our office that players win games, but teams win championship. And this isn't a one-person deal. Every client on our list or that we talk to gets the full weight of all the people in the office. So what does Community Futures actually do? We do 5 things. We do them very well. And together they formulate a complete support system for any business in the community. The first is business consulting. We sit down with an owner, we build a real roadmap for them, not a generic template, but a specific guide to their market, the capacity that they're looking to create, and their goals. Every client gets up to 6 hours of free consultation at no cost. It's usually enough to get them from idea to business plan. Second is access to capital, and this is where we are genuinely different than what's on the street today. A traditional lender will look to say no for almost 100 different reasons. I know, having spent 35 years as one. We say yes at Community Futures because when the business case is sound, even if the collateral or the borrower maybe not be perfect, we can call this a bank first requirement. They have to have gone to a bank, tried to get their loan there, and if they get declined, then we actually look after them. The third point would be business coaching. So it isn't enough to get them to business plan, but But beyond that, it's how are they going to manage their operation? What are they going to need on a day-to-day basis? And have they been set up for success, so to speak? Um, we act as more of a partner to them, and we coach them from time to time. We offer a wide range of solutions, whether it's free work that they can do from home on their iPad at any time, or whether it's a classroom setting that they need, perhaps it's mentorship. All of these are different types of coaching that we offer. We offer market research. Any decision made without data is just a guess, and maybe not a good one at that. But we truly give business owners the analysis they need, not just the AI solution that is easy, to make a smart call on pricing, location, timing, any of those questions that they may have in their business. And then the last is strategic economic development. Not economic development in the sense of what's the word I'm looking for? Tourism, etc., or luring that big client, a big box to town. But it's really one business at a time. How do they go from 1 employee to 3 or to 5? In a traditional economic setting, they will tell you that out of 100 new jobs created in your town, that big box store is going to account to about 5%. It's 50 to 55% that come from growing existing businesses. That's the type of strategic economic development that we offer. So why do businesses fail? As much as we hate to actually admit it, not every great idea becomes a success story, but we can learn from every attempt. And what our data shows us consistently is that businesses fail in Alberta for several predictable reasons. Number one, no real market need. And I call this the field of dreams approach. If you build it, they will come. Generally, sometimes they don't. Someone builds a project, they open a service, but the community doesn't actually need it or doesn't need it enough to sustain the business. That's the number one reason. Number two is insufficient capital. Business launches underfunded, hits the first rough month or patch or so, and has no buffer. It's not that the idea was wrong or bad, it's just that they simply ran out of time and money. The third is poor management. I call this the blockbuster video mistake. Person had the great idea, isn't always the person equipped to run the payroll, manage staff, and read a balance sheet. In Blockbuster's case, about 5 years before they went under, Netflix came to them and said, buy us for $50 million and we'll go away. And Blockbuster laughed them out of the room. I guess maybe you'd look at that differently nowadays. Fourth is ineffective marketing. Again, any great business idea can be excellent, but it'll still fail if nobody can find you or if nobody knows why they would use you in the first place. And the last would be the inability to adapt. Markets shift, consumer habits change. Businesses that survive are the ones that can pivot. Rigidity itself is often fatal. And so now here's why I told you all of those things. It's because for every single one of those failure points, Community Futures has a direct answer or solution to it. No market need, we do in-depth market research before a dollar is spent to confirm A, the demand is real, and B, where it is and how to get to it. Insufficient capital, we offer expanded funding access, loans beyond what conventional lenders will touch, structured to fit the business reality, not just the credit score. For management, we offer comprehensive business training, both in person, through mentorship, practical hands-on, and online, wherever the business owner needs it, when they need it. In effective marketing, we can provide targeted solutions to help businesses reach their actual customers. Again, great idea, customer can't find you, doesn't know they need you, your business doesn't succeed. And lastly, that ability to adapt, that's what sustained mentorship actually applies. We don't work with a business for 6 weeks and then walk away. We stay in the picture because the challenges actually never stop, and neither do we. It is a fact that a Community Futures client achieved greater success and longevity compared to a traditionally financed enterprise. That's not a marketing claim, that's outcome data. And one more piece of support worth highlighting before we move on, and that's education. We offer a program called Launchpad. That's anywhere you want, that's any place you want, anytime you want, online courses built specifically for entrepreneurs and startups. It's 5 different subjects for an owner to look at and say, I need a little help in marketing. They can access it. I need a little help in management. They can access it. So that's Launchpad, and that's completely free to any owner at any time. Beyond the online platform, we also offer for free programs that target financial management, cradle to grave business development. We deliver and connect business owners to each other, to workshops, seminars, and further mentorship. Whether you're starting from scratch or you're just needing to brush up on something that's changed in your business, we can find that right fit for you and fit your schedule, budget, and need. For communities where business owners are often wearing 5 hats at once, and that's not strange to see, this kind of flexible and on-demand support isn't a nice to have, it actually gets used. Again, I mentioned our track record in Cardston. Since 1999, we've been around for 49 businesses funding here, Cardston County. That includes that $3.73 million amount. And there's currently about 900,000 still on the street today, circulating, continuing to fuel growth and business operating in the economy today. Community Futures isn't a new idea. We're not asking you to take a chance on an untested concept. We have 25 years of activity in the region, and so we think we can help you with community economic development too. So let me make this concrete with 3 examples. 3 businesses you may recognize or owners you might know. Again, their identities are protected to protect myself not getting a waiver. So the first is a salon and spa. The individual was an excellent hairdresser. They had 1 chair. They were making a good income, but wanted a little more. They came to Community Futures asking for a little bit of advice, some money, in order to realize a dream of a larger vision. 1 chair, 1 owner became full spa with subcontractors. Now that owner didn't just grow a business, they created jobs. Second is a welding and fabrication business. Sometimes an excellent tradesman believes they can do it better, so they want to go out on their own. But a couple of years in, they come back to Community Futures and say, my accountant says I'm doing good. I don't have any money. This should work better than this. So sometimes that you need to back them up and say, let's take a look at the overall plan again. Through strategic subcontracts with the government and other businesses and a well-timed acquisition, this welding and fabrication shop tripled the amount of people that it employs. That's not luck. That's what access to capital and sound business coaching makes possible. And the last is probably the most fun of the 3, food services. This is a food services business started by someone who moved to Canada and missed the taste of home. Their menu brought something truly unique into our region, as unique as they are, in fact. The business started as a lunch table outside a manufacturing area. Now they have a thriving frozen foods and farmers market business. It adds something to the region that wouldn't be here today without that initial help. Each of those outcomes required someone to say yes at the right moment. So partnering with us means 3 things for Cardston. It means empowering your business community with the tools they're currently trying to find on their own. It means bringing your experience and perspective to something that will outlast any single term in office. And it means investing dollars back into your business community. But before I talk about the specific partnership, I want to show you something because I think I didn't walk in here with assumptions about what Cardston business community needed. We asked them. So here's what your community told us. In 2025, we conducted a survey, a business sentiment survey. And overall, the sentiment toward local business community is very, very positive. Business owner in Cardston believe in your community, and that's your foundation to build upon. But, and this matters, their aversion to debt it was strong and very common. Time and cost are consistent barriers to investment. Businesses want to grow, but they're very cautious about how and why they should invest if they have to finance it. They question the value of business license fees and chamber memberships, and they want to see what those investments actually return for them. They said that without an incentive, or a lack of incentive is a repeated reason that they actually haven't taken action yet, and they're waiting for someone to make it easier. Contractor availability and permitting friction also came up repeatedly as obstacles for improvement, and when asked about financing, interest rates were of prime importance, excuse the pun. And finally, they're asking for three things from you. Clear steps towards beautification, or how they help themselves, clearer communication, and more business-friendly process. And those aren't complaints. They're an invitation. So what do you do with that data? Well, here's where I think Community Futures can come in. What your businesses are describing, the desire for low-cost financing, accessible supports, reduced friction, is exactly what we're built to deliver. Not theoretically, but right now in partnership. And here's what we're designed, an answer designed to answer almost every single one of these things. But here's something important you need to understand about how we operate. We're a nonprofit. Our end motivation is fundamentally very different from a bank or traditional lender. We don't profit from loan volume. We succeed when businesses grow and the communities succeed. We're judged on the amount of money put into your community and the amount of money that's leveraged off of that. That alignment actually matters. The solution we're proposing has two components: consulting and training, which we've already discussed, and a financial instrument specifically designed to address what your business has told us they need. And here's a specific mechanism: a business improvement loan program. Not a brand new idea, but revamped for what today's needs are. Loans ranging from $5,000 to $25,000, structured over 3 to 5 years. And here's the critical part: the loan is interest-free to your business owner. There's the incentive for them to come and do this. The town of Cardston covers the interest paid to Community Futures at prime +2. We collect the applications, we do the underwriting, we advance the funds, subject to our board's regular credit approval process, so no one gets it just because they're signing on the dotted line. And we would keep up the reporting. The town can set an annual cap on the total interest it wants to pay, so there's no open-ended liability. It's a control program, predictable program. You define the budget, and we just manage the execution. Obvious question: why doesn't Community Futures do this for free? If you want all this, why don't you do it at 0% interest? And the simple answer is we can't. We're funded 100% by the government, Western Economic Development and Diversification, and the minimum amount we can charge on a loan is prime +2. So that's why that amount is there. So here's the other critical question in the room: what is it actually going to cost? So if you look at a single loan at the maximum amount of $25,000 at prime +2, year one interest cost for the business owner, year one interest cost to the town would be about $1,484 to the town for year one, about $73 a month or so. And the business owner would actually have to pay the principal of about $420 a month. Year two, that cost goes down, $1,193, year three, $883, and goes on. Total cost of the town over 5 years for one business at that maximum amount would be just over $4,300. Now you can look at this scale and you can see that a budget of between $5,000 per year, $25,000 over 5 years can support 3 to 4 businesses in year one at maximum loan amounts. And then as loans pay down, more businesses could be allowed into the program. Sorry, I jumped that. Could enter the program. If you want broader participation, The table on the slide shows the impact of 5, 7, or 10 businesses in the program. Again, this is controllable 100% by you. It's not a blank check request. You see the ceiling before you actually decide. And whatever level you choose to participate at, terms would be outlined and controlled in a memorandum of understanding, clean, documented, with 0 surprises. So I want to finish the way any good argument should finish, and that's with a story. Imagine a business owner in Cardston. Maybe they run a mobile butcher service or an outdoor supply store, or they've just been thinking about opening something for a lot of years. They have a real idea, real skills, and real commitment. What they don't have is capital to take the next step, or maybe they don't even know where to go and what to do in the next step beyond their searches on the internet. They're worried maybe they can't afford any of it. Under this program, here's what would happen. So they walk into your town office or they call with a few questions. Your staff is well trained, so they offer a brief introduction and give them community future contact info. They call us or they land on our internet page. You end up getting 6 hours of free consulting, access to training. We sit with them, work through their numbers, the marketing, building a strong business plan. They get connected to training, and if their business case holds, they can get access to financing, maybe even interest-free financing, at terms that they can actually manage. That business owner doesn't just survive the first year. They build something that employs people, pays taxes, and makes Cardston a more attractive place for the next business to open. That outcome is available, and it costs you less than $5,000 a year to unlock it for 3 businesses. Every business that succeeds makes it easier for the next one to succeed. So here's what I'm asking today. First of all, educate. Let us help you build a business community in Cardston that knows what's available, how to access it, and uses it. Number 2, inform. The power of the program is in sharing it. It's making sure that business owners or every licensed purchaser or renewer or every entrepreneur even thinking about starting something and approaching you with a question gets put into the program or gets referred into the program. And then create community. Momentum is a local economy built through repetition and success. One business at a time, compounding. Again, we've been in this region for 25 years. We've been at this. We've invested $3.73 in Cardston County alone. We have the team, we have the tools, and we have a track record. So the partnership I'm proposing today is low cost, high impact, and ready to activate. I should finish with a thank you. Thank you for your time. If any questions came up or that I created that I haven't addressed, or if I just totally confused myself and you, I'd welcome them if you have time. And if there's anything you'd like a closer look at, whether that's full proposal, additional data, or the MOU template, feel free to reach out directly. So on behalf of myself, the Community Futures team, and the board of directors, thank you for what you're doing in Cardston and your community, and we'd be proud to do more of it alongside you.
Thank you, Mark. We've got time for a few questions.
Sure.
Councillor Smith, you were...
So worst case scenario, what happens if a business defaults on their payments? Is the town liable for the loan?
Not at all. It's Community Futures loan.
Okay.
That all the town's liable for is the interest as long as the loan is active.
Yeah. Okay.
So it's our underwriting. It's our problem if it goes bad.
Any other questions? You gave a good quick presentation. There's no other questions. Oh, there is one more.
Sure.
No, I would just say thank you for bringing this to Cardston. I know of a few businesses that have already used it, and it's a great stepping stone when they can't find help in other areas. So thank you. We appreciate it.
Yeah, we were created to be there when the traditional lender can't be there or won't be there. And so it's a program that's unfortunately a well-kept secret.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have another delegation. It'll be the Chinook Arch with
Yeah.
Robin Hepner and
Yeah,
company.
I can give you-
Just a minute.
Like all the data.
Of a town, no one can apply for it from the community. Is that correct? The town's not taking that on.
That's right. Counselor Sell.
Of course, I put my own incorrect opinion.
But can they still
Go through them to get the ones.
Yes.
Go ahead, I'll get this going. You hand out.
Mind
What's
you,
that?
my other daughter
Robin, I'm assuming member council presentation. That's the right one? Okay. That seems to make sense.
No, he's using
Seems to
other
make good
pens.
sense.
That's right.
Sounds like a school teacher. Sounds like
Matter of fact, I think I have the same one in here still.
sounds like a school
Put you in that view, but just
A little black one.
collecting pens.
Hey, we appreciate the show. Yeah, I never knew half of what I found out in the last 3 months, but they actually do it throughout the whole region. And so it's a very, in my mind, a very important part of our library system. And then, of course, Mary Lou, we're thrilled to have you as our, I'm not even a new manager anymore. See, you've been there for a while. We're thrilled to have you there as well. Okay, take it away.
Take it away. All right. Well, thank you so much for having us this evening. We're a little thrown off by your sign out front that said next council meeting, May 12th. I thought maybe I was supposed to be going to Cardston County tonight, but it all works out in the end. So my name is Robin. I'm the CEO for the Shinnecock Regional Library System, which is a library service organization of which the town of Cardston is a member. And the purpose of our presentation is really just to kind of give you an update. After every municipal election, we like to come out and visit all of our members. And, you know, for any new councillors that might have been elected in the last municipal election, let you know why you invest the funds that you invest in the regional library service. And for those who are returning to council, just let you know what we've been up to over the last few years and what's been happening in the library world. So I am joined by your local librarian. So if you have specific questions about your local library service, she can probably answer them. And also Daphne McFarland, who's our associate director. And yeah, so that's.
You'd apologize to Dauphin for butchering her name.
No, I've seen it happen a number of times. So, yeah, so I'll just have a quick presentation just to kind of let you know what Shinnecock is all about. And obviously, if you have questions, feel free to stop me at any time. I'm happy to discuss any of these items. First of all, just make a quick note about public libraries generally. Your public library, you have an excellent, very well used public library in your community. Public libraries are a tremendous asset to any community. They're a community hub. They're a place where people can gather. It's kind of one of the few places that people can sort of use at any point in their life. You know, young children getting started on literacy, young people wanting to learn or just have a place to go, attend programs, and then you know, young parents taking their kids there to, you know, expose them to literature and other cultural products, and then of course aging, having access to reading material. So a library is kind of the one organization in the community that serves all community members, no matter where they're at. So the kind of a lesser known aspect of library service is that it is actually an economic driver in your community as well. There was a study that came out in 2024 or 2025. It was conducted by the Canadian Urban Libraries Council. And what they determined through some empirical research is that for every dollar invested in public libraries in Canada, it returns about $6 in economic benefit. So what they found was libraries were backstopping a lot of public services, social services, educational services, job searching, a lot of things that the government used to provide. And some of you may recall that the government did have quite a sort of, elaborate employment program. A lot of that stuff has disappeared. So people come to the library, use computers, write resumes, search for jobs and things like that. So really it is some of the best public money you can spend. So what is Shinnecock and how does it fit into your local library service? Basically, Shinnecock is a framework for intermunicipal collaboration in the delivery of public library services. Shinnecock is essentially an agreement that you have made, not with our board, but with your municipal neighbors. So in the southwest corner of the province, you can see our little map there. We basically cover BC border, US border to the south, and then northern border of Vulcan County and MD of Tabor and Warner County over to the east. Yeah, so in fact, Shinnecock is actually the only library system in the province. We're one of 7. We're the only one that can boast municipal completion, meaning that every municipality that is eligible to join the library system has joined. So no matter where you live in southwestern Alberta, you have access to library services thanks to membership in the regional library system. And the idea is that there are many ways that libraries can collaborate and raise the level of service available to everybody. So by working with your neighbors, we can offer a much richer service offering to your residents. We are governed by a board, and we're actually considered a public library board under the Public Libraries Act and regulations. So those are the provincial acts that govern our activities. It's a one-member, one vote model. So we have quite a large board. It's 40 members. The members are appointed by council, and your appointee is Councillor Court. And yeah, so because it is a large board, it only meets 3 times a year. So a lot of our business is actually done in our standing committees. So we have committees that look at the finance, personnel aspect of things, and facility and planning, and also marketing. And then we also have an executive committee that is created by the Libraries Act that sort of serves as kind of the board, de facto board between board meetings. They have certain powers that they can execute between board meetings. So I mentioned earlier the system agreement. So this is your agreement amongst you and your, I guess your neighbors that created the system. So what the system does is it lays out in broad roles the role of Shinnecock in terms of delivering the library service versus your local library. So who focuses on which aspect of library service? So because it's drawn fairly broadly, we every 4 years develop a plan of service. So what we do is we talk to our stakeholders, especially our member librarians, and we say, what are you seeing in the libraries? What kind of support do you need? And then that kind of fleshes out how we invest our resources over the next 4-year period. Our planning and budget cycles coincide. So because, of course, if we're going to come up with new services, we have to make sure that we have the funds to make that happen. So we tend to do our budgets on a 4-year budget cycle and are planning on a 4-year budget cycle as well. So we're in the last year of our current plan of service. We've always tried to sort of harmonize our cycles with the municipal election cycle. That will unfortunately be thrown off a little bit in the next little while because the city of Lethbridge, which is our largest member, they do a 4-year budget and they are moving theirs back a year. So we're going to adjust our budget cycle. So we are actually kind of adding a stub year budget through 2027, and we're also extending our current plan of service through 2027 as well. The plan of service is in the package that I've handed out to you, and it kind of shows what we're focusing on over the next over this current period. Any questions so far? All right, I shall carry on. So just to talk a little bit about some of the services we offer. We tend to focus on services where it makes sense to centralize it or to realize economies of scale. So one of those is bibliographic services, and that's kind of a library jargon term for anything relating to library materials that you might find on the library shelf. So centralized ordering, cataloging, and processing of materials. So most of the materials that you'd find on your local library come through the Shinnecock facility first. So that means if Mary Lou has a book that she wants on the shelf, she doesn't have to go and find a vendor website or maintain all the vendor relationships. All she has to do is send an email, or I guess it's pretty much email nowadays. We used to do faxing, not so much anymore. People used to fax a list of books that they wanted, and then so then we maintain all those vendor relationships because we're collectively buying for all of the libraries in the system, of which there are 33 library boards. We can get the biggest, deepest discounts from our vendors. So that means it basically extends your collection budgets by about 40% compared to if you were ordering on your own. Not to mention the labor saved from having someone sitting in the back room here in this library, putting stickers on books, entering it into the computer catalog, and all that kind of stuff. It's just much more effective to have one person ordering 40 copies of a book than to have 40 people ordering 1 copy of a book. So that's kind of the model that we are working on there. As a result of your membership in Shinnekarch, Cardston Library also has a book allotment, we call it. So it's basically $2 per capita that every library has to spend in proportion to their population. Your population is about 3,500 people, so that means that Cardston Library has $7,000 to spend on library materials. And that's one of the nice benefits of being a member of Shinnekarch. Libraries are very technology-oriented businesses nowadays. Everything relies on connection to the internet, and every public library in Alberta is connected to the Alberta SuperNet, which, have you heard of the Alberta SuperNet? You likely have. It was it's been in the ground for quite a while now, but basically it's a fiber optic backbone that connects every public building in the province. And someone lobbied hard to get libraries included in that, and it's been a huge boon to us because we deliver a ton of services over the SuperNet to your local library. So the system that does the checking in and checking out of the books is delivered over the SuperNet. Every library is connected to our network, so we can do all kinds of centralized network management stuff. Firewalls, threat protection, email service, website hosting. And in fact, we are actually the internet service provider for your library. So we buy the internet from, currently it's from Bell, and then we distribute it through to all the libraries in the system over the SuperNet. So again, that means that you don't have to pay a monthly fee to some local, or not local, likely be like a telecom like TELUS or Bell or Rogers for your internet. It's provided by Shinnekarch. And recently we've also expanded into providing telephone services. And I'm not sure, is Cardston on our telephone? Okay, yeah. So for a lot of libraries, I'm not sure Cardston's situation specifically, but for Claresholm, for instance, they were paying $250 a month for their telephone. Because we're able to provide this on a cost recovery basis using voice over IP technology, they now pay $20 a month. So it saved them over $2,000 a year by moving to our telephone service. So we're always looking for opportunities like that to save money for the local library. Further into the services, so member support. So we have a number of librarians on staff, and their whole job is just to help your library with any aspect of library operations. Often in smaller communities, people working in libraries don't have library training or prior experience, so it can be intimidating coming into this weird world of libraries and with all the boards and policies and bylaws and everything like that. So we have staff that will basically help them with the transition into learning how libraries work, teaching them the software, providing support to boards as well for things like policy development, strategic planning, any aspect really of library operations. The other thing that Shinnekarch provides is digital services. So a lot of people are choosing to read or listen to stuff on their phones nowadays. So we want to make sure that they can get that stuff through their libraries. These tend to be very expensive services, and they're not anything that any of our member libraries, maybe Lethbridge could do it on their own, but it would be not as good as it is. But yeah, you wouldn't be able to offer that service without the sort of collaboration that we have going on here. So people do. One thing I noticed when looking at the stats is that in 2025 compared to 2024, Cardston patrons, their use of downloadable audiobooks increased by 37%, which is the biggest increase in the system. So, was that you that did that?
Because I listen to Libby all the time through
Okay.
Shinnekarch. But is there another server besides Libby that Shinnekarch uses?
There was one called Hoopla.
Oh, yeah.
And Hoopla, unfortunately, the pricing model that Hoopla used just became unsustainable. Basically, anytime somebody borrowed something, we would have to pay for that loan.
Well, as long as you're ordering John Grisham books, I'm happy. So.
Oh yes, yeah. No, I think we have anytime a John Grisham book comes out, it's automatically multiple copies are ordered. So yeah, the whole world of digital downloadable stuff through libraries is weird because what they've sort of done is, and this isn't us, this is the publishers, they have imposed the paper lending model onto the digital world in many cases. So if we buy a copy of the John Grisham novel, only one person can have that file at a time. So it's frustrating for sure. So
I wondered about that.
yeah, it's difficult because people don't understand why it has to be that way. But it's just the licensing model that's been artificially imposed, and it's the publishers I think that are trying to maximize their dollars. And some publishers, some large publishers, won't even make their titles available to lending through libraries, which is frustrating as well. But we sort of do what we can, and yeah, and it is a very popular service. We find that generally about 15% of library users use the downloadable Libby service or some of the other items. So there's also newspaper press reader, it's called. It's one of our most heavily used. So if you like reading newspapers, you don't want to pay for using or reading newspapers, you can read newspapers from all over the world. I know that people that recently immigrated to Canada, they're so happy to be able to go read like Mumbai Times or whatever newspaper from their home country, as it appears, in their home language. So that's a big component to library services these days. Delivery, that's basically our resource sharing aspect. So when libraries join the system, they agree to share all of their materials with the other libraries in the system. So if you live in Cardston, but the book you want happens to be in Crow's Nest Pass, you can place a hold on it and our trucks will go out, pick up the item there, bring it here, you borrow it and return it here, and then we take it back to the home library at the end of the day. So last year we moved almost 600,000 items from library to library and back. And so we've got 2 delivery vans that go out every day and they're just full of library materials. So that's I guess one of the key services. When I tell people I work at Chinook Arch, that tends to be that's their understanding of what Chinook Arch is. It's like, oh, you're the people who bring me my books. Programming, we have dabbled in programming, supporting library programming. Part of our plan of service, if you look through there, is to do more programming support. Unfortunately, we've had some challenges with funding at the provincial and municipal level, and I'll talk about that in a moment, but we haven't been able to hire anyone to help with library programming, but we do other supports. So if a library wants to offer a program, say like a mini golf program in the library, they can have a program for kids. We have a mini golf kit that Mary Lou can say, send me the mini golf kit, and we'll send it out in the delivery van. She can set up a mini golf course in the library, do the program, and then pack it all up and send it back to us. So we have a number of kits like that. And those kits have been pretty popular. They were used 300 times by libraries in 2025. So it just kind of helps them to offer programs. It would be prohibitive to buy a new giant Connect 4 or giant checkers game or like a science, technology, engineering type kit. But we can purchase them at Chinook Arch and share them. And it's just a way to extend the services that are available in your community at very low cost. I'll talk about budgets a little bit. So our budget is right now about $4 million per year. Most of our revenue comes from municipal levies, and that's that big blue chunk there. We do get about a quarter of our revenue from provincial operating grant, which is sort of another incentive for creating a regional library system. It does bring an extra layer of provincial funding into the region that is shared by all of the libraries. We try and get grants whenever we can, and in fact, since Chinook Arch was started in 1992, we've raised over $8 million in grant funds. So whenever we need to buy a van, we always make sure we apply for some sort of matching grant or a technology upgrade. We just did a technology upgrade last year. It was a $150,000 project, but we were able to leverage CIP program and get $75,000 in government funding for that. In terms of our expenditures, our single biggest chunk, just like most libraries, almost everything that we do requires a person. So our biggest chunk is salaries and benefits. The other quarter there is library materials. And we do spend almost $1 million a year on library materials. Some of it is the digital stuff. Some of it is library materials it's money that the libraries are spending for items that are to go into their library. We try and keep our overhead as low as possible. Our building, we do own our own building. Well, the board owns the building, so we do have some maintenance and upkeep costs there. But so the funding, the format of the funding is we have a two-part fee. There's a municipal fee that every municipal member pays, and it's a per capita levy. So our current levy is $7.76. In 2021, we actually reduced our levy from $8.17 per capita to $7.76. In retrospect, that has kind of come back to haunt us a little bit. Because when we went back to, for this current budget cycle, 2023 to 2026, we had requested an increase each year that was not approved. It was approved by all members except for the City of Lethbridge. The City of Lethbridge, because of the way the agreement is written, it has an effective veto over any levy request. They didn't approve it, so everyone's levy remained at $7.76 for the current budget cycle. So we've been trying to absorb that by finding efficiencies and. But yeah, it has been a bit of a challenge as to what I was alluding to earlier, why we haven't been able to do some of the things that we'd hoped to do in our current plan of service.
So Robin, how many years has it been since there's been an increase?
It has been since 2021. Yeah. So, and that's when we decreased it. So we're actually, our current funding level is closer to about a 2017 funding level right now. So, yeah, so it has been challenging. We did, at the April meeting, the board approved a request to increase the levy to pre-pandemic levels, so basically going back up to that 817 that it was in 2021. We haven't sent out the official request memos yet, but there will be a request coming to this council, just like all of our member councils, to increase that levy back to the 817. It's about a 5% increase. So for the town of Cardston in real dollars, it would be about $1,500 a year for that. Your current fee is about $28,000 or $29,000. So it would bump it just up to just over $30,000 a year for that. So now in order for that levy in order for the levy to come into effect, it has to be approved by 2/3 of councils representing 2/3 of the total service population. So I think it's 27 councils representing about 134,000 people. Yeah, so there will be a request coming, and we just ask that every member pass a motion on that request and let us know what you have decided.
I'm just confirming. So basically, the city of Lethbridge is a yes or no
Essentially.
for the whole thing.
Yeah.
Regardless of what anyone says.
Yeah.
Okay.
I met with the city of Lethbridge last week. There was a few there that were there trying to encourage them to say it's been 9 years since there's been an increase. Now, we'll hear from them, I guess, later on. We haven't heard if they're going to say yay or nay, but for this year, it probably doesn't look very promising.
Yeah,
we'll see.
the budget deliberations, I think, are scheduled for mid-June. So, but they did ask us to, they didn't say don't submit the request. But I know they have significant pressures with the ambulance thing. And I mean, of course, every municipality has additional pressures for policing ambulance and stuff like that. So,
there's no workaround the city of Lethbridge. They're a big player, and there's not, like, if all the other communities are saying, yeah, no, we're good with it, you can't just say, well, okay, Lethbridge, you stay at whatever funding level you feel like you need to weasel
Right.
out of.
yeah.
The other communities are going to pay what we're asking them to pay.
As the agreement is written right now, there's no mechanism for that type of arrangement. And my concern would be that it would start to erode the integrity of the partnership if you have some members that are paying more than others. So I was trying to think about the unintended consequences of any proposal that we might bring forward. But I mean, it is true, like when the system agreement was first written, they put this clause in there. And I think because there was some concern about how this partnership might work, and there was concern that some people would be paying more, or that one group would gang up on another group. Either Lethbridge would lord it over the small communities, or the smaller ones would gang up and force Lethbridge to do something that it didn't want to do. They built this 2/3 population and 2/3, I guess, like councils, sort of supermajority into it, and it hasn't been a problem until this last budget cycle. So the other thing is that when that was first drafted, there were 22 member councils. So it was a smaller group, and then over the years, further councils have joined. So the question is, does that model still make sense? Lethbridge basically represents 50% of the population, and the rurals represent Lethbridge is just over 50, and the rurals are just under 50. So even if you made it 50-50, as it stands right now, maybe the next municipal census will change things, but
Rob, in the interest of time, we have other delegates coming, and so if you want to wrap up, and we can have
I'd be happy to wrap up.
questions if you have them.
I think a lot of this stuff I've kind of touched on already, so I won't really belabor these. And I think this last slide I've talked about as well. So we've extended our current budget year. We're hoping for 1-year budget increase. Our next budget cycle will be 2028 to 2031, and we'll see what the board decides to do at that time. But that concludes my presentation.
Hey, thank you very much. I've enjoyed my time so far on the board. I've got a whole lot more to learn, I'm sure, but Mayor,
No, I mean, the first thing I would say is just thank you, because libraries are an integral part of any municipality, any community. I will say, of course, I think ours is the best, quite simply because we've got some fantastic ideas that are innovative, like the free library cards for seniors. You know, people are coming and paying money so that if you can't afford a library card, you can have one in Cardston. Like, that's fantastic. They're doing yoga, music. We're now doing rental spaces there, the computers, the 3D printing, the miniature golf kits, the cornhole kits, like all of that is fantastic, because rather than like even a tent you can get. I did a walkabout in the library and found out all these things that I no longer have to buy. I just need to buy my library card.
Right.
Like, that's sick. And so, of course, y'all knew about everything. Good for you. I didn't. But it's just, I really think our library, Glenwood, there's a bunch of them that I know personally, and they're really outside the box and are being so careful with their nickels and dimes. And I would just say, if Lethbridge again votes against it, that you might need to relook at the whole thing, because it just doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
That just doesn't make sense.
I agree. It may be a time to revisit the agreement. Unfortunately, the way the agreement is written is, in order for the agreement to change, again, you require 2/3 of members comprising 2/3 of the population.
And the city of Lethbridge puts a lot of money into the Chinook Arch, simply because of their size and so I don't know how we would pull half our funding out and still operate the way we do. So that's something to consider, but.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll navigate it. Libraries have proven to be very good at doing more with less, and so we'll figure it out. But it's a challenge we didn't expect at this point. So, it would be nice too if the province. I mean, if you're speaking with your local MLAs, the province hasn't materially increased funding to libraries in probably 6 or 7 years. We got a small boost in 2022, but that was less than 1% when Rebecca Schultz was the municipal affairs minister. So. If you look over the last 10 years, like the amount of like funding, this is municipalities and this is the province, like municipalities, the municipal share of library funding has increased dramatically, where the province has increased hardly at anything, like nothing, basically. So yeah, it's whenever we have a chance, we lobby the province for additional funding. But and in fact, there was a significant lobbying effort. RMA and both municipalities each passed resolutions asking the province to provide some more money in the current budget, but we all seem to do our big asks when there's a huge deficit. So, but maybe with $120 oil, we'll get something.
Any other questions? Well, thank you very much for taking your time to come out here.
Well, thank you for your time. And I will. And my card is in there as well. If you ever have any questions, we're happy to, or you can send your questions through Councillor Court.
And thanks, Mary Lou, for doing what you do. Oh, yeah. Matter of fact,
Well,
if it was my own computer, I would do that, but not on someone else's.
they take on kind of library. Yeah, Chinook Arch has done that. It's a lot more than I thought. So,
or that books can be delivered from town to town. I didn't realize how interconnected the libraries are.
Some electric vehicles.
So more of a
okay, we've got a
podcast
few
than
minutes. We can maybe move on to some of the stuff. Do we have time or not?
Yeah,
Okay,
probably get through the budget.
let's jump into the budget then.
Wow, that's impressive.
And to show you, print you.
Ow.
So
That's
you
so
know
sad.
I'm
I thought that was
trying
going
to
to
get
take a
through
big
this.
portion tonight.
You all have the budget in your backgrounder. There was just a few things I wanted to touch on. One of the reasons why I'd like to make sure, and if we need to pick this up after the next delegation, we really need and would like to pass all 3 readings of the mill rate bylaw next meeting and the motions to adopt the budget. Adopt the agenda. That too, but also the budget is what I'm more worried about. So when you look through this version, we've had a couple small changes.
Jeff, if I can stop when I missed something, we really need to adopt the minutes from the
yes, you do.
previous
Sorry.
CCW.
Yep, thanks, Council.
So I'll take a motion on that. Thank you.
Make a motion to
Mayor.
adopt the minutes of the previous, let me pull up the date,
March 31st.
March 31st.
Thank you. All in favor? Okay.
Thanks, good catch. So what you would have seen as far as May 5th changes in this is a lot of just amortization input. So we got the financial statements done. We knew exactly what depreciation was per category, and those are just tweaked. Now, for those of you not familiar, we consider amortization, but it's a non-cash expense, but our accounting principles require us to consider it. So it goes in as an expense and then it's reversed out at the end. So it doesn't impact. You don't tax for all of your depreciation. Your residents would not be keen on that at all because it's millions of dollars a year. So that's what a lot of the adjustments made for May 5th. I wanted to point out a couple of things, and I'll start with some that are modestly good news on page 1. Under our grants, other government, so 107851, we had increases to the amounts we were expecting in December for some small grants. So the Canada Summer Jobs, we got that, which we weren't sure if we were going to get it at all. And we got a little bit extra than we budgeted. Celebrate Canada we also got, so we were pleased about that. We put the partnership money.
Today, the Alberta government came out with some kind of funding for
Alberta
students.
Days? Oh, sorry.
For students.
Students,
It was, yeah,
okay.
the premier came out with some kind of a statement. I don't know if we know anything about that or not.
I don't yet, no, but I'll check that out.
I think it just came out today.
Yeah. And then we didn't have that ACP grant for the library in this budget, so we put that in. We put the expense in as well. That's a flow through. The expenses will cover all of that. And other than that, there's just quite a number of just little, we moved some things to be a little more specific in the departments they were going to be spent. We had some other small donations come in. But I guess what I would ask council, was there anything that stuck out that I need to clarify that you are all comfortable with this next week?
I have a question.
Yes.
Are we any issue with like the tall strips coming in earlier than normal?
What do you mean
For
issue,
paving,
Counselor?
sorry. Like, I know the paving's happening earlier than normal.
Correct.
Is that going to be any issues? I know it's kind of same budget year, but
No, we're good. In fact, Brandon and I were just talking, he was telling me this today, that tall strip contract's actually going to happen in 2 phases this year because we carried over things from last year. And so they're going to hold our price
nice.
on that, which is good. So they're going to come and do all of that was rolled over from last year. And then we'll start that next phase. But they're hoping to start, depending on weather, next week.
Yeah.
Is what the plan is there. So our guys are just getting road prep and stuff like that going.
Councillor Selk.
I'm going to say this tongue in cheek, Jeff. Okay.
No.
The JUPA agreement, is that all we could squeeze out of the Westwind School Division? Considering how much grief we've had to put up with for their drama programs.
Well, we're going to talk more about that tonight, as you know. Just where is that number? Sorry.
172401.
Okay, let me just go there quick.
Top of the second
Okay,
page.
so it was, we were not, so we've had a joint use agreement on Lions Park with them for a long time. We never specifically listed it in the budget. It was just in recreation. This is just pulling it out and listing it in the budget. Now that doesn't count anything related to ice rink or pool.
Oh.
It's just the Lions Park, like the lights and the field. So that's all that's specific to.
Okay.
All that other stuff, there would be about another 19,000 or so ish that is in our pool revenue and rink revenue.
Okay. Good question.
Yeah, thank you for clarifying on that. But yes, we pulled that out specifically, and we hadn't done that in the past. I'm just seeing if I had any other. I went through this and just made a few scribbles here. Just let me make sure. Oh, in this budget, I do want to make clear, and this is page 4. It's in the expense side operationally. We kept some money in for just council strategic priorities. And it wasn't a huge amount. It's $25,000, but so that we have some money to pick away at a few of those little things. The other thing we have in this budget, and I know we can talk about this a little bit later too, but we have a specific reserve to cushion the policing increase in upcoming years. So we have $40,000 we're reserving to bring back in next year because those increases get bigger by percentage over the next few years. So we kind of plateaued for a couple of years. This was another plateau year. and then it takes off again, it rockets up again. So our thought was in a slower increase year, and we're going to talk about that a lot more in the mill rate discussion after the Ag Society. But in a slower rate year, we thought it might be prudent to reserve 40,000, and that's going to cushion that hit to the public next year. So I just wanted to put that to you as well for consideration. And again, we were just fortunate that this wasn't, we've had a couple of slower increase years.
Okay.
Oh, and one thing that we don't normally do, we can talk about this later as well, is we just had the presentation from Community Futures from Mr. Brown. We have had business improvement interest in here for quite a while. We've done this before, but if we want to meet the proposal for Mark, we need to add a 0 to the number we've had historically in the budget. And we need to probably, as much as we normally wait to the next meeting to discuss, we do need to have some discussion on that tonight. Okay. If we're going to accommodate that for next week before we pass the budget. Okay. So, and we have a couple of places like policing reserve, frankly, that we could take it from there and just reserve 35,000 for policing as an example, without any tax impact. So those are just some of the things. I just want to give you a quick overview just to note that for those of you, we've talked budget once, but the current operational spend on this budget is 9.99 million. And the total capital is 25.5 million. You know what almost all of that spend is on the 25.5 capital. That's a couple of projects make up makes about 90% of that total.
We all
can't say that out loud. Come on.
So big budget.
5.5 million, so we can flush the toilet.
Yeah, that's right. So we'll talk about mill rate after the delegation because it's a really interesting mill rate year. There's some really interesting anomalies in setting the tax rate, but we'll talk about that in a minute. So again, if any questions on this, let me know before the end of the meeting or through the week, and we would ask for an approval at next meeting.
Okay, we have another delegation just waiting in the wings, just ready to fly up here, and so we'll, yeah, here we go. My eyes are watery here. Cardston District Agriculture Society, Eric Lemieux, and whoever else wants to come up and chat with him, that would be great. Thanks, sir, and John's here. Okay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Eric Lemieux, and I'm the president of the Cardston Egg Society. Tonight I have a couple executives here with me. Mr. Frank Bevins is the vice president, and Mr. Sean Pitcher is our treasurer. And I've been involved with the Egg Society indirectly for the last 25 years, but more hands-on the last 3. And we are an active participant in the community here. The local community here in the town and also with the county. And what we do is we try to involve and recruit and make our egg society warm and a warm and friendly place for all people to come to from all walks of life, from the reserve and all across Alberta. For the last 3 years that I've been on the Egg Society count, we've awarded 5 $1,000 scholarships to graduating students at the Cardston High School. Once a year, the elementary school will come up and they participate in, we have an activity, kind of a daily activity for them, kind of introduce them to agriculture and equine, some of the ones that are interested. Every night we have a different activity. We've got intermediate to advanced ropings, and we have breakaway roping on Monday night, and we do like a practice team roping from 6 to 8, and then the practice team roping from 8 to 9. And so people can come in and train horses, and the intermediate kids get a chance. And all kids under 18 rope for free at our building or participate there. We have a family night on Friday night, and that's for anybody who wants to come, and you can ride there for free or just take part of the Egg Society. We have, I'm going to guess about 48, 50 horses that are boarded at our facility. And we serve the folks from the blood tribe there, and the folks in the county, as well as the few here in town. Heritage Days is our big event coming up in August. Last year we participated. We co-sanctioned a rodeo with the blood tribe, and it was an overwhelming success. We had I'm guessing about 900 people there, packed to the rim, and yeah, it was amazing. But we've got more things going on up there than just the roping and the riding. We've had a community garden in the past. We're thinking about getting one started again this year. I'm just trying to think. We've got the mud bog as a huge success during Heritage Days. I'm guessing there's over 2,000 people that attend the mud bog. We have ranch rodeos. We've started a team roping series last month. Last year. Frank will fill you in more on that. But some of the things that we've done is we've really turned our society around in the last couple of years by participating in the annual Alberta Egg Society Association AGM up in Edmonton, and we found out the first year we went there about 3 years ago that there was money on the table that the province had just given us that hadn't been applied for before. And one of the first things we did my first year on the Egg Society was we insulated the roof in the Agrodome, and it made that place a lot cooler in the summertime. And it was about a $250,000 job, and it's made that place cooler, and it's saved us on utilities, done some great things. So by us taking a proactive approach to turning the Egg Society around, it's really made some leaps and bounds in the last few years. I'm not going to blow my horn too loud. I'm going to let these other guys fill you in with all the details with the numbers and that. So who's next? Right?
Thanks, Eric.
I'm Frank Bevins. I'm a vice to Eric there. I've been asked to talk a little bit about some of the events that go on up there at the Agrodome. It's a place that the 4-H clubs around the community have their annual show and sale. That gives a place for like 60 4-H members to bring their steers for exhibition and evaluation. That attracts probably about 500 spectators and buyers throughout the community. So that is a crucial, gathering place for that event. Another event that we do is, we're not always just about rodeo. That facility has been used in the past for family reunions, archery practice. We have some archers in our community, and in the wintertime, they're looking for places to shoot, and we have some space for that. We were approached by a horseshoeing club to throw horseshoes in there. The wrestling club tried to have a tournament up there, and of course, church youth groups, they go in there and have their youth combined stake activities up there sometimes. High school rodeos, we've historically hosted 2 a year up there, one in the spring and one in the fall, and that is a significant income boost for our society, but also for the community too.
That one you just had up there, that was massive. There were so many people up there.
Yeah, it's a wall-to-wall parking up there, and the thing about the high school rodeos is it's a 2-day rodeo. Most of these other rodeos are a 1-day where the competitors are in and out. High school, they're there, they spend the night, they compete 1 day, spend the night, compete a whole nother rodeo the next day, but that's where we kind of make the money on stall rentals, and I'm sure even the businesses downtown get a boost. Yeah. Sean will probably speak a little more to the money aspect of what that can draw in all these events. Also, we got cattle, our own roping stock. When we were up there at the beginning, when I got around there, we couldn't have too many events because we were trying to always get stock to hold events, and that is very short and expensive. We ended up buying our own stock, and so the Ag Society has their own roping stock and some cattle that we were doing a breeding program so that we're raising our own stock too. And because of that, we're able to have these nightly practices throughout the year, once a week, team roping, breakaway, and also trying to draw competition down. And like we're hard to get people to come to Cardston. We're at the end of the road. We're not on the way to somewhere. And so we come up with a team roping jackpot series where there's 8 ropings once a month, and you got to have a pretty good carrot for them to run at. So we put up brand new saddles. And so the winners of these series, we're going to give them away at our Heritage Day week. That's our last one. There's 8 of them total. And we're using a local saddle company, Woody Saddles. I don't know, DJ Woodard is the one that runs that. I don't know if you know, he's in the area. Georgie Woodard was his mom, and I don't know, I just call him Woody. I can't remember his real name. But anyway, so we're trying to help the community and also help, local business as well. And then of course, Heritage Days, and that, we have the pet show. We'll have our last team roping jackpot there. Rodeo performances, the mud bog, heavy horse pull has been in there too. Just kind of Cardston's big hurrah week. We sure got a lot of attendance up there. We hired the last 2 years the junior high band, I think, to run the gate, and then we pay them, I think it's about $2,000 to take the money for our gate admission. And so we're trying to give back also to the community, so they take that money and use it wherever they see fit in the junior high school programs. Another long-standing event up there is Southern Alberta Roping and Riding Club. It's kind of a mini rodeo series, time event series, just geared for kids, right from tiny tots all the way up. And Mike Cahoon and his wife Vicky are kind of the spearheads behind that, and they've got a big series that goes all through the winter pretty much. And Sean will tell you some more about that money. So yeah, in a nutshell, that's kind of. Did I miss any events?
Well, what about
Kind
the
of-
mini chucks?
Mini chucks?
Yeah.
That's not part of that.
That
Oh,
is
this is what I asked last week, wasn't
Yeah.
it? So
Tied-
Remington, okay.
tied in with Remington, but they have been renting the arena through the winter to help promote driving skill of driving horses, and yeah.
It's kind of interesting. I went to a funeral on Friday. That's not the interesting part. It was a guy named Dick Williams from Raymond. So people don't know him. They don't know other Dick Williams. It's not that one.
Yeah.
They mentioned at his funeral how much he was involved in team roping, how he kind of almost got it started, and
Yeah.
how often he came up to Cardston in the wintertime to team rope.
Yes.
So this facility gets used by a lot of different areas.
Because of that cattle, yeah, we're drawing regularly people from Pincher Creek, Fort McLeod, Milk River, High River. They're coming down just not for the jackpots or the rodeos, but even our practice nights. And so it's becoming or returning. Like at one time, it was the only indoor arena rodeo for years and years. It was one of the first in all of Southern Alberta.
He was about 75, so he probably came right off the get-go. So
Yeah. Yes.
Do you have anything to do with the border collie and the sheep herding? I've been out there twice. There's people from the United Kingdom, from the States.
We did have a board of directors on our last board that was into that lot. It's Callan Deuce.
Yeah.
He's not on the board at the moment, but we haven't had anything lately this past year in that. There is a big sheepdog show that they hold out by the border, but it's outdoors.
Yeah,
But
that's what this was. So it was outside,
Yeah.
field far away.
Yeah.
I just wondered.
hey, Sean.
Well, there's quite a few new councilor members, so maybe I should start off why we're even here. It's not that we want to be. It's that fact, if it wasn't for the rain, you probably wouldn't have seen me today. But we signed a new contract with the town for their facility to have the Ag Society still manage it. And this contract was signed just over a year ago. It gave us 4 requirements to do annually. One of the requirements is to make sure that council knows that we are certified by the province and in good standings. So I'm delivering that to the town. That we have an insurance policy.
Do we need a
Insurance
picture?
policy meets whatsoever is in our contract of a $3 million liability. And our financials, it's done by Price and Common. And those are our financials back here. I made copies last year for everyone, but I was downtown spending way too much money on paper. So they have all our financials, and the 4th requirement is to do a report on what's happening up there. Our president, Eric Lemieux, has been a great asset to our board. He's been the glue that's put together different communities and different ideas and different people. Our board is made up of 4 First Nation members and a young lady that's the picture or the smile of the board. Wish she was here. And so our board's worked very well. Last year, we had 7 out of the 9 of our board members attend the conference in Edmonton, which is a 2-day conference, very dedicated to do that. This is the 2nd year in a row that we've had 7 of our board members there. Last fall, we also put on what was called strategic planning meeting. It was a 2-day meeting. We had people from Edmonton come down and help us with this. Wasn't just our board at that time. As a board, we created committees and invited members of the association to be a part of that strategic planning. So it wasn't just done by the board, and it was a great success. Gave us directions to work towards, gave us goals to meet. I got put on this board 3 years ago. My daughter's in the high school rodeo, so I am gone broke pretty quick, and I've got to have the opportunity to travel throughout all the province to different rodeos with her. And I've been, I don't know, towns I didn't know exist. And I am so impressed with Cardston. We have a facility there that's just a jewel. That any community throughout southern Alberta, from High River, ours blows High River out of the water, all the way down to any little town. Dunmore got a brand new building, so I'm jealous for Dunmore. But we're going to get a new building one day, and that's our goal and our work towards that. To do that, we know we have to have a functioning ag society that's not only financially secure, but also governance secured. I want to go over a few numbers. You'll find I took it right out of the financials. And in fact, maybe I gave it to you. I gotta grab it back. So I'm going to go over the last, very quickly, 5 years of what the Ag Society's done. So in 2022, they had a net asset of about $500,000. Following in 2023, it dropped down to about $400,000. So they lost about $100,000 worth of assets. In 2024, the board changed and we brought it back up to $500,000 worth of asset in 2024. In 2025, last year, we increased it to $715,400. And our projection for 2026, and when I say projections, we're already 8 months into our fiscal year, it's going to top just over $1 million worth of assets. Number one increase is our cattle. Our cattle has been a huge benefit for our Ag Society, not only in putting on events, but creating a revenue source for the Ag Society to be more sustainable. Our revenues over expenses in 2022, they were in the positive by $2,222. In 23, they were in a negative just about $34,000. In 24, they were a positive of $32,000. Last year, our revenue was a positive of $85,000 in our projection. In 26, if we don't do any spending from now till September, it's $190,000. We've turned around quite a bit with our financial end of things. Grant money from the province was collected of $33,000 in 2022. Unfortunately, there was no grants collected in 23. In 24, there was $173,000 collected. Last year was $91,000 collected. And this year we project $125,000. And we got an email today that we just qualified for $54,000 for e-collars and virtual fencing for our cattle. And that wasn't in the $125,000. So grant's been a huge help for us in the future of what we're going, in the direction we're going. Our breeding stock, we started off by getting a loan of $150,000 to purchase these cattle, and we built from there on. Our inventory in 26 is $426,000 worth of cattle. Our inventory in 25 was $117,000, so we've increased our inventory about $300,000. We have a loan still outstanding on them of $140,000 with an equity of $186,000 in our cattle. So that kind of takes a little bit of picture of where we're going and how we've gotten there. In all our events that Frank Bevins and Eric talked about, from jackpotting right down to our every night activities, the barn is open. It's never locked, 24/7. Lights are on sometimes at 2 in the morning because I have to go up and turn them off. And we estimated that barn has brought in 16,300 people through the last year, with an estimate of an economic impact in this community of $1.8 million in 1 year. I've taken those numbers off a study that I've read and researched from the Calgary Stampede. And I've done some researching over the last week as I sit on the tractor with AutoSteer. And it's blown my mind. So I want to share some information I found in a study in 2025 for the Calgary Stampede, which is also an ag society. They're in a city of 1.3 million people, and the attending for the Stampede is 1.3 million people. So the city just about doubles their population just with attendance of one rodeo. Interesting enough, I also help manage the campsite for the town. And I get to talk to people that are from all over the world. And it blows my mind why they come to Cardston. And most of them, if not all of them, rely and look towards Alberta, Canada as the Calgary Stampede. Worldwide. My wife talked me into going on a cruise this year, which I enjoyed once. And I'm sitting in an island down in the Bahamas, and I talked to a guy from Indonesia, and I told him I'm from Alberta. And he's like, the Calgary Stampede. And it is known, not for anything other than the Stampede. The Stampede estimates to bring into the city of Calgary $721 million economic impact to the city. Blows me away. I figured that out per population. It's $535, the economic value of that Calgary Stampede. Now I'm going to equate that to Cardston. Population, 3,900 people. We have visitors of 16,300 people come to the Agrodome. We have an impact of $1.8 million, which comes to $466 per population. So we're catching Calgary Stampede. But it's not the Calgary Stampede I'm excited to hear about. It's about a little town in Oregon called Pennington. And it's well known for their stampede that they hold there. It's a city of 17,000 people. They bring in over 50,000 visitors to their stampede every year. They bring $40 million to their community just for rodeoing. Comes to $2,352 per population. If Cardston could be the next Pendleton, we would bring $9.2 million to this town. You might think that's a pipe dream, but I've been born in Cardston, my wife's born in Cardston, and I will die in Cardston, and I'll be buried here in Cardston, so it's my life. And I think of Cardston, what builds this town, what grows this town, what brings people to this town. And as a town councilor, you know all these answers way better than I do. But I'll express probably what really attracts people to this community is the faith and the temple. I'm a little concerned with the temple going in Lethbridge. I think Cardston's not going to rely on that much longer. So what else brings people to this community? Well, we sit beside the largest Canadian reservation. I learned this much. First Nations love rodeos. We sit right by Waterton. 1 million visitors drive right past our town. Do they stop? I don't know. Would they if there was a rodeo here? I think so. I think we're laying in a perfect spot to bring rodeo to Cardston, to build it economically, population-wise, and everything. I do think that Ag Society is a perfect avenue to build this. I think we've just touched the beginning. We've seen the change from $500,000 to $1 million worth of assets. We've done that with no paid management. It's all volunteer work. It's blowing my mind how many people in this community are as willing to give and bring to the Agrodome. Uniting them together and bringing volunteer work and excitement to this town will build this town. I look at the number of people coming up there, and Frank touched on it, how many people come from everywhere. I would say of those 16,000 visitors, 80% of them are not even from this community that we bring to Cardston. McGrath, their Ag Society wants to hold a jackpot series too. They don't have any cattle. They can't afford the stock contracting fees because they've now tripled in price. We are now hosting the McGrath Ag Society jackpot tournaments in Cardston. Our cattle are left here in this community, in this facility, and they're not to be moved anywhere else. Our cattle are bringing people here. And so I see the Ag Society doing nothing but growing stronger and stronger to this community. And we want to show our appreciation to this town and to this council for their support and trust in us as an Ag Society to be able to support and manage their facility. Is there any questions that the council may have?
Yeah. Mayor?
First of all, thank you. I mean, I sat on the Agrodome board for 4 years, 8 years ago, and to see the change and the difference, wow. I'm impressed that you've invested within yourself, not needing the town to bail you out, because that has always been a concern. I love the fact that you're looking ahead and investing into the town of Cardston, not just the Agrodome, right? By doing all of these things, I think that's fantastic. So my hat's off to Eric, Frank, and Sean, and the rest of your board, especially the one with the pretty smile. Thank her. I just think the more we have, because as council in our strategic planning, we were looking and talking about how are we bringing people here? Why are they coming? I'm not from here. I wasn't born and raised here, and I've been here 27 years. We've got people. What's bringing them other than faith? Faith is a big one, but what else do we have as an economic driver? We're hoping the hospital. Well, who'd have thought the Agrodome? I didn't. So my hat's off to you for thinking outside the box. I'm excited by your numbers and your excitement about holding all of these new things. And I also love the idea. I'm a firm believer. When I first got on council, I got told by many older councilors of, we can't, no offense. No, but it was always said, well, that can't be done. We don't do that here. Just against everything I believe. So I love your outside the box thinking. Thank you. And keep going. Giddy up.
Yeah, I have been on council a long time, and for a lot of years, we didn't want to hear from the Agrodome.
No.
Because it was never good. But boy, the last few years, I'm happy to see you guys all the time. I know what's going on down there because I lived straight east of there. So I know it's a very happening place, but it does surprising it's not all that noisy. So I really appreciate what you guys have done in the last 3 or 4 years. You've just made that a place that people want to come to again.
I think it's incredible what you're saying, and I'm all excited and enthused and hoping that it carries on and gets better. But I'm a new councillor, as you know, so I'm going to ask a tough question. Why is it that you're only paying $10 a year for the rental?
Well, to answer your question, every time we put money into the facility, we grant that money back to the town, and so every year on our financial papers, will show a dollar figure of money that's been granted back to the town of Cardston. For instance, we spend $150,000 to spray foam that ceiling in that building. Well, that money was granted back to the town of Cardston. So in the next year, when I said we're going to make $190,000, I didn't tell you what we're going to spend it on. But all the money we're making is being spent on facilities that's granted back to the town of Cardston. So that whole Agrodome was built on the back of the Ag Society and then donated to the town. So in the last report I did, we had $249,000 on our books in the last 2 years that had been donated back to the town of Cardston.
In actual money?
In actual money that was spent on the facility that belongs to you.
Facility.
Like the tourist draw is incredible for the whole town, and that's
Yeah.
a great.
These are actual dollars that we have to pay out out of our bank account. So we're a nonprofit organization.
Right.
So any money we build there, we put back into the building, which is owned by the town. So every year at our year-end books, we'll have a figure of how much money is donated back to the town due to assets.
Okay, great.
That's
Thank you.
yourself.
I was just gonna say, Counselor Smith, the biggest thing is that the Ag Society takes care of all the expenses, so the town doesn't have to, and that's a big,
I saw that, yeah.
that's a big.
We even
dollar
pay a
figure.
flat rate on water bill, which I'm fighting on. And I have a stupid fire bill I guess I have to pay. I don't want to. Okay, sorry. I get back on track here.
The reasons I ran for
And
council.
positive. Let's end on positive.
One of the reasons I ran for
So
council
the
back.
positive is
Yeah,
they
just
have
went.
taken all the expenses
Exactly.
onto their
Yeah,
plate,
yeah, yeah.
and we don't have them on our plate.
Yeah, I did see
I was
that.
gonna say, one of the reasons I ran for council way back in 2007 was this very thing that we were just writing a check to the agrodome a year for 30 or 40,000 bucks, and that was that. And I thought that was a little bit crazy, but now everything's turned around. You guys have done a hang up job. Yeah.
But I think the key too to remember, Counselor Smith, is the fact that they're actually, and I'm not slamming you, but they're actually applying for grants that only they can get that we can't get.
That's
So as the town, we can't apply for them because they're the non-for-profit. So they're literally doing the spray foam, doing all of these. They replace light bulbs and anyway, all the things into our building, which is a return on our investment that our taxpayers aren't having to shell out. Because that was a concern that was brought up previously, was community voters that voted us in were saying, well, I don't have a horse out there and so why are my council dollars going to there? Why are my tax dollars going to there? And so the fact that they're efficient and using their assets and putting money back into assets, that's just fantastic.
Any other questions?
I got a quick. The town has given the Ag Society $20,000 to hold Heritage Days
Understand that.
in the past, and I just want to report on that in our last Heritage Days we have it was close to $100,000 that was spent to put on the Heritage Days, and of that $20,000, the Ag Society also spent $5,000. So it's an event that we put on that costs. We give out a lot of payout money to bring in some of the best competitors to put on a really good show. So Heritage Days is never a time for us to make money. It's a time for us to showcase what we're doing. And so the money that the town does give, we make sure that that money is also spent into the community and it's not used at all for operating or running our other events. It's spent all right there for that. I quickly, to end my report, I wanted to kind of leave this to the end. I want to also tell you our goals and where we want to spend money. This year, we want to spend money by putting some money back into our kitchen. Our kitchen desperately needs to have a remodeling job done, so it's on our budget list. Our cattle shed is about ready to blow over. We tried to get a hold of the guys who built it, but they're all dead and gone, so that's how old it is. So we're rebuilding a new cattle shed that will cost us $30,000. The kitchen, we estimate around at $25,000. And the chutes in the back, or the sorting pens in the back, are all broken and getting to a point it's pretty dangerous to put on events. So there's going to be another $25,000 spent in the back. So those are some of our projects. Our long-term project, and we've talked a little bit with Jeff on this at one time, is we would like to get solar panels put up in there. Our utilities are close to $30,000 a year to run that building. It's not a new building. It's not very efficient to heat and everything like that. So our goal is to save and get money to build solar panels up there to help our expenses. And one of our big goals is to put in a campsite up there. We feel a campsite on that property would generate huge revenue for the Ag Society. Rodeo is something new I just got into because of a daughter. And they spend a lot of money and they don't stay home. They travel. And those who rodeo down in southern Utah, Arizona, California, Texas, they get up at 5 in the morning and then they stop by 8 in the morning because it's too hot to ride. A lot of them travel to Alberta for the summer months. So you heard of snowbirds? Well, we're going to be sunbirds. And we'd like to put up an 80-site campsite there that brings in people from Arizona, California, southern Utah to stay here year-round or all summer long. We'll rent those sites out as a yearly permanent site. So that's something we're working towards. We understand what it's going to cost us and what we need to do it. But the revenue that returns will make so the ag study will be sustainable, not just the up and then down yo-yo effect.
In that open area where they have their horse trailers and stuff, are people staying there right now anyways without?
No, those are events like high school. We had 236 contestants come from the high school. So they come in and they just put up trailers wherever they can, and we don't charge anything for them to come stay. But that area there, which we call the buffalo paddock, and then it wraps around the backside because there's a road allowance back in there. That's where we'd like to maybe turn into a camp spot. It's close enough to the golf course. It's close enough to the rodeo grounds. And I after managing the Lees Creek camp, this town needs more campsites. It would definitely boost the economy of this town.
Great idea.
So that's what we're shooting towards. So be prepared when we do come and ask for money. But today we're just not. Not now?
Not now, Sean.
Thank you.
This year.
Are there any other questions for these gentlemen? Well, thank you very much for
you,
your
guys.
time. It's been very good. I think that'd be a good idea. You got
I just want to add, thank you for having us tonight, and we really appreciate the relationship that we've established the last couple of years with you guys, and we hope to continue to grow our relationship.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Eric.
Thanks for coming.
Thanks, Frank.
We'll take a motion to adjourn for 15 minutes.
No. Yeah.
Oh, recess. Sorry.
Almost.
I was there.
I'll motion to recess.
It's so
for 15
close,
minutes.
counselor.
I tried, but they caught me. All in favor of recess? Thank you. Let's
Getting Counselor Smith all excited about
Roll through again.
Yep.
Councillor Smith, continue eating. We'll just work on along with you. Okay, I'll take a motion to come back into session. Mayor,
I make a motion to come in back. I make a motion to come back in session.
all in favor? We are at 5B, I believe.
You are.
Okay, you want to?
You bet. So I just handed out a fairly busy spreadsheet. I'll walk through just a couple pieces of it, councillors. So this is when we're trying to look at how to structure your tax rate. It's very, very precise. There's a number of categories to consider. This is the sheet we use administratively, but there's some good pieces on here I want to talk through, and it gives you a bit of a history of the mill rate in the community. This is an interesting year in calculating mill rate because we pulled policing out and we're putting it as its own line. Mm-hmm. And so while you see decreases, for example, in residential and non-residential mill rate, that's because there's $250,000 being raised in another line for policing, but I'll get to that in a minute. I just want to walk you through what you're looking at on this relatively busy sheet. If you just go down to the bottom to 2026, starting on the left side, it's essentially saying the first thing that says total is 474 million roughly. That's how much assessment there is in the community that we can tax. Now, it's in different categories and it's taxed differently, but there's about 473 million, raising a total of about 4.89 million in taxes. And that's about 3.2 million in the town tax, 1.357 in school, and then other. And then what I want to do is walk you across here, and I'm trying to decide how much I want to jump to the end here. There's a couple of important things to remember. It's one thing to hold your mill rate and not move your tax rate, and that's good, and if that's what you're seeking, but it doesn't tell the whole story. So for example, if mill rate stays static, but assessment went up 5%, then effectively everyone is paying 5% more taxes. Okay, so I'll walk you through how that's playing out. But if we just stick in 2026 for now, the first column that says dollars in mill rate there. So we are projecting with the current mill rate we're proposing to raise 2.547 million in residential municipal taxes. So that's not the commercial, it's just the homes in residential. And to do that, we need a mill rate of 6.2351. Now, I want you to be careful when you look at that as a reduction from 2025. If you look at the yellow box above, last year it was 6.76, and this year we're proposing 6.251. That's because we're breaking the policing out, and we'll get to that in a minute. And so that part did go down because last year in the 6.76, the policing costs were in that number. So then the next one over is school. We're going to raise just under $1 million, $998,000 in school taxes from our residents at a mill rate of 2.681. Then the next category, we're trying to raise $702,000 roughly from our non-residential, so the businesses. Anything that's not residential, I should say. At a mill rate of 10.7551. And then the school portion of that is $358,000 at a mill rate of 4.1. Then there's also the seniors, so we need to raise $77,000. So that's 0.1639 points of a mill. So if you're looking at what makes up the tax, and then policing is $248,600, which is just about a half a mil, just over a half of a mill rate point. When I say half a mil, I don't mean half a million. I mean, I'm not being slang for million. I mean half of a point of the mill rate.
Can I ask a question? So the seniors, what is that for? Is that like Lee Crest and Chinook?
That's your home for the aged.
Not Lee Crest.
Not
Just
Chinook.
Chinook. And the villa, sorry. Anything under the Chinook Foundation Housing Authority.
The villa base covers its own, so it's basically the
Mostly
Chinook.
Chinook, correct.
Okay.
Yeah. And the Chinook Foundation is one of the parties that legally requisitions. We do not have, you as a council do not have discretion whether you like that number or not. You can express your displeasure through your appointed councillors, but at the end of the day, they have discretion to requisition you. They are provincially governed and can do that.
Okay.
So in the gray column now, in 2026, we are proposing a residential mill rate of 9.622 and a non-residential mill rate of 15.564. Now, this is the first time in a number, if you look down the next column, which is percent change from previous year, we've seen lots of decreases except for one, but the mill rate is effectively increasing for both non-residential and residential, simply largely based on education and school. So we've actually pulled back the municipal one in order to compensate to some degree. And you're seeing that go up. So just as an example, like I'll go back a little bit, the non-residential school requisition is up 16%. The residential school requisition is only up about 3%, but that's because we had a whole bunch of extra assessment in residential. And so we were able to absorb a lot of that, but the mill rate in non-residential is up 16%. Just on the school portion, not overall. Let me be very clear. And when you weigh that out, it averages up to 3.77% on the mill rate. But here's where it gets a little bit interesting, I guess, if you find this interesting. But here's where it's an interesting discussion is we also try and look at what is the impact per property and how does that play out at the end of the day. So the column to the right here, it's kind of its own separate column. We just do it based on the average. We can mathematically say, well, Mayor Brown's house will be this and Councillor Smith's will be this, but we just look at the average. And then we recognize that everyone's going to fall mostly within the standard deviation, but people will be on each side of it. So average residential property assessment is $265,252, meaning the average municipal property tax is $1,654. Meaning the municipal portion for residences is down about 2%, but that doesn't include school and policing. Okay, so please be very mindful of that. Non-residential will see an increase of about 1.87% plus the school and policing. So there's a lot to kick around there. Now, one of the reasons we were able to keep things down on the residential side was we had an increase in assessment of 7.34% from 2025 in overall residential assessment. So we can tax 7.34% more in 2026 than we could in 2025. But it's made up of two things that's very important. Some of that is new assessment, so that's great. That's new stuff that helps spread out the tax burden, and that's great. But a lot of it is just that everything that we already had went up in value. So like I said at the beginning, even if I told you that the increase for non-residential was 0, it's 3.77%. But even if it was 0, the increase in assessment, they're still going to effectively pay more taxes on that. So if your home was at $350,000 last year, but this year it's being assessed at $380,000, you are effectively paying more tax with no change in the mill rate. So it is important to remember as you're navigating this, again, it sounds politically really good to say we didn't change the mill rate. Well, but my assessment went up 8%. And you didn't pull it down to compensate. Nope, that's true. You didn't. And so it's a mixture of a lot. So we're considering assessment, we're considering provincial requisitions and policing and school and trying to find a happy medium there. Just let me look. I had a whole bunch of other notes here. Just let me see what else I've got. I think that's a lot of it. And again, on the residential side, most people will see a pretty flat municipal portion impact, if not down a little bit on average. But again, we had 11 new properties and 7.34% increase in assessment. So that spread that out a little bit. That compensated for the school and the policing to some degree. So that's where we're landing. We are proposing 9.622 and 15.5564 on those mill rates. But do keep in mind that is effectively a small increase across the board. Not only is the mill rate going up, but their assessments also went up. That does result in net increase. Any questions on that?
Yeah.
But the council has nothing to do with your house price going up. I mean, we didn't set that. That's just a, so I mean, as far as we go with the policing and the education and your property assessment going up, that has nothing to do, I mean, I can't say it has nothing to do with the town, but we didn't cause it to go up.
So agreed, assessment is third party. You can't manipulate that process even if you wanted to. It would be inappropriate to try and do that. However, you hold the lever of the mill rate.
Yeah.
So you can abdicate that, Mayor. I'm not arguing that. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
But if the assessment comes to you and I say, hey, residential assessment went up 7.3% on the average, you can pull the mill rate down to compensate. That's a lever you hold as the local council. And if you look at the historical mill rates from 2022, if I use residential in 2022, they brought it down 3%, then 4.9%. Then it went up 1.6, but then down 2.75. That was all mitigating increased assessment. Now the anomaly this year is higher than normal education increases and higher than normal policing increases, right? So we're generating an extra $248,600 just for policing.
Councillor Johnson.
So this is where we have to compare ourselves with other communities our size and mill rates and where are we at, right?
Yeah.
And do we have an idea of where we at?
You know what, Councillor? I didn't bring that, but I can. I can tell you, well, I haven't looked at it super recently. We would probably, if I was, I want to be careful here. Don't hold me to this, but I think we would be sitting just on municipal mill rate portion. Where if I were to take all of the Southern Alberta communities that we do at times compare with, we're probably in the 40th percentile of municipal mill rate. So we are certainly not higher. We are higher not across the board. We're in the higher percentiles on water and sewer. And so overall annual cost of the community puts us, I believe, somewhere in the 60th percentile. So we're certainly competitive when you look at overall cost of living in that community. I don't strive to be in the top 5 of that list, but
we actually have good roads and sidewalks too. So
yeah, and there's all kinds of things that play into it, certainly,
for sure.
But yeah, there's a quick overview of how the mill rate works. So, Councillor Smith, you and I were talking at the break, and if it was the intention of council to say, as much as we can calculate, we want no increase in municipal tax. Like if that was your goal, then we're going to need to pull the mill rate down to offset assessment. The challenge is we had a 16% increase in education for the business
Right,
sector,
I understand that. I said the whole province is struggling with education. I get that. So, but then what about what we had said, or what I had said about, increasing the water or utilities or something rather than the
those
mill
are
rate?
all levers you can pull, certainly, absolutely. Now, we could, but haven't timed utility rate review with mill rate at the same time.
Mhm.
If you don't mind, Mr. Chairman, Jill, 3-year utility rate bylaw, do you know the last year on it? I feel like we did it
27, I think, for utilities, and we do the garbage ones.
Yeah. So next year would be the cycle to look at all of your utility rates again. And what we do there, it's not just I bring you in, we kick it around. We try and do quite an analysis of saying, okay, here's what our margin's been. Here's how that's looking. If you move at this, here's the revenue we gain. The other one we're going to talk about tonight, Councillor, is the electrical distribution rates as well. And there's some significant impact to some of our customers there. So all those things are levers you can pull, absolutely. Utilities to me are just a different way to tax.
Yeah.
It's very hard to opt out of any of them. In fact, you can't.
Mhm.
And so they are almost as mandatory as your tax.
Mhm.
But I would suggest that there's a different philosophy behind utilities, that it's more of a user pay.
Yeah.
So those that use less pay less, those that use more pay more. And so all those things to look at. Now, what I will, again, just draw your attention to the last column again. When we tried to keep the impact to the ratepayer as low as possible, on the average, residential customers on the municipal portion should see about a 2% decrease, and non-residential should see just under a 2% increase, not considering policing in school.
Mhm.
So we can look at those, and I'm not suggesting this is how you should look at them, but in the past, if I can speak for previous councils, you've looked at education as a flow through. We're not going to reduce municipal revenues to accommodate the provincial requisition for education. We're flowing that through. You can have a great argument whether that's right or not, but that's how it's been looked at in the past. And policing, we're kind of looking at it a bit the same way. Now we're looking at ways to mitigate the impact, like reserving a little bit of money this year for next year when it's a bigger increase. But at the end of the day, you're asked to pass these costs on from the province. You are being used as a cash cow from the province.
Right.
And they have found a different way to tax, and they like it. And so they're going at you pretty good here. Because when I started with the town, I mean, education requisition was way less. It was hundreds of thousands of dollars a year less than it is now.
And there was no police requisition.
Policing wasn't even a thing until a couple of years ago.
Mhm.
So, and then they came out, as you've seen this year. It was supposed to cap at the number it was last year. That was going to be it. And now it's like, oh no, we're going to exceed that dramatically because this worked well.
Yeah.
So certainly a political challenge for you. So next week we'd like to, and I had it in the background or two, we did up the bylaw with these numbers, but if there's some, if council has a strong position on looking at this a little bit differently, we have the week to adjust, and we'd welcome that.
We've got to remember, we're going to have about a $4 million water bill we're going to have to pay off too with the sewer. And we figure this could be about a $4 million.
Oh, the borrowing.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
We got to pay that off too. And that's usually utility related.
That's
so
a time when we definitely need to look at how much can the rate absorb for that wastewater debenture. No question. That's a very appropriate place to look at that.
we've done pretty good the last several years. We've watched the cities with an 8 or 9% increase in property taxes. We've kept it pretty low, but I'm afraid we're just going to get stuck here, and we're going to have to just handle it, and that's that.
Well, and like I said, I think if everybody knows that it's wastewater that we're paying for, the loan or whatever, I wouldn't mind as a personal resident to know that my utilities and water are going to be increased 5% or something if I can keep my property tax flat. But that's just my personal opinion.
Well, the problem is we got to make sure that residents understand policing and education. That's where it's coming from. There and then there.
No, that's literally what I was going to say. I think education, like Councillor Smith just said, she doesn't mind it because she knows about it, right? Yeah. So I think the important thing is letting the residents know this is policing costs. This is, this is education. This is our new sewer treatment plant. These are things that that are flow through. And I do appreciate the province allowing us to allocate it that way this year, because previously, if you remember correctly, we couldn't say it was a policing cost. It was just buried in there. But now we can actually itemize it. So,
just of interest, Shem was doing up the pie charts today to go out with tax notices.
Yeah, good.
And of all the taxes we raise, the municipality only retains 65%.
Brutal.
Which I thought was a fascinating number today.
Good.
We retain 65 and 35 goes to the province.
Wow.
Councillor Selk.
No. It's already been dealt with.
Anybody else want to cry over this thing?
I mean, you're fortunate, Council, if you want the glass, maybe not even half full, a little bit full, you're fortunate that, let's go back to the very first column here again, just to give you some idea. If you look at 2025, in 2025, we brought in $3.253 million in the municipal portion of taxes. In this year, we built a budget to try and bring in $3.206 million. So bringing in less of the municipal portion, but 2025 contained policing. And then if you look at that other column, in 2025, we only had to bring in $73,000 in other, which by the way would have been the Home for the Aged. But this year we're trying to generate $325,000 in other, which is now policing and Home for the Aged. So that number just ballooned, but for your municipal purposes, for your municipal operation, we've been able to keep that reasonably static. And you're still reserving. And that isn't scraping the bottom to find everything. You're still putting reserves away. You're still saving for those future things. So to try and put an optimistic spin, just from a management point of view, that was better. I mean, it's going to get tougher if all of a sudden we don't reserve anymore because we don't want to increase tax, and so we're just going to get by year to year. That worries me a little more. And the way increases are coming from the province, we're going to have those conversations in your term, by the way. We are, unfortunately. So, again, we'll bring this back reflected in the mill rate bylaw. We'd very much like to pass all 3 readings next week. So if you wake up in the night and you're panicking about one of these lines, please call me. Please email me.
Call you?
Well, not in the middle of the night. The next day during office hours, please call me.
Bring you another van to calm you down.
We'll do what we
Okay,
can.
recap, the purpose of this is 9.62% increase in the mill rate.
No. Sorry, where did you grab that?
I
Counselor?
thought
wanna
you
find
said that, so I wrote it in here. I don't know where I got it from.
That's the overall municipal residential.
Oh, the residential mill rate is 9.622 mils.
Yeah,
That is correct, but that's only a 1.05% increase.
yeah, 1.5%, okay.
Yeah.
That sounds better.
1.05, yes. That's what that increase is from last year residential.
Thanks, Jill.
Yeah, thank you.
The other questions. Now on to our favorite subject we all know so much about, electrical rates.
So I'm just going to show you 4 pictures tonight. That's all. In your backgrounder, you have 4 graphs. And what I want to talk about, and I just want to watch the time because Tish is going to be joining us soon. We got 13 minutes, so we're okay. As some of you know, we contracted with Equus last year, and one of their responsibilities is to do rate reviews of our distribution and transmission, and that's a complicated matter. And the goal historically of the town has been to be in some level of parity with Fortis. That's been our goal. And Fortis is highly sophisticated in how they structure rates. They're highly competent in how they do that. And we have not kept up with their rate structures really well over the years. Now, we've been fine. We're generating enough to operate. We're generating enough. That's not the issue. But it's been harder and harder to determine if we're in parity because our rate structure has changed so much. So Equus, actually, one of the reasons why they were the contractor we chose is they attempt to be in rate parity. Well, no, sorry. They attempt to be in rate structure parity, but to be less than Fortis. So that's their position, is we are going to provide our users with a discount from Fortis, but we're going to structure our rates the same. That's their goal, which is what I was hoping for as well. So Brad Nickel, who's been working with us, and he has, and I'm not exaggerating here, his spreadsheet on this is the most complex and comprehensive spreadsheet I've ever seen, because he looks at every single user in the community and how different ways to structure the rate impact them. And from that, we were able to assemble these 4 graphs. And with the exception of the small commercial rate, I was pleased with what I saw, and I'm highly concerned with that rate, and I want to talk about that for a minute. So if you open up the 4 graphs, they're just blue bar graphs. The first one at the top is rate 100. Ignore the step 1 because we're only planning on 1 step. Rate 100 is a residential rate. That's the vast majority of our customers are rate 100. And what this is showing is, as we look to restructure our rates to be more in line with Fortis, this is essentially the impact of every user. Now, what I'm pleased about with rate 100 is you see a standard bell curve here, essentially. So the vast majority of our customers are either going to see between an 8% reduction monthly to a 7% increase. Like, that captures a huge percentage. And then we start to see some filter out and get either bigger reductions or bigger increases. But by and large, rate 100 seems good. And our rate 100 was already the most closely aligned with Fortis's rate structure. So that's as it should be. And we'll be bringing you the rates next time to look at. But I'm fairly pleased with how rate 100 played out. What the small changes we made to rate 100 is those low consumers. So think, the little old lady down the street that really doesn't run much power. Her distribution transmission charges will come down to support her low consumption. So in the rate structure, the overall bill will be impacted by consumption a little bit more than it was. So low users will see a bit of a decrease. Now, keep in mind, in real dollars, they were also low spenders. because they were low users. So in real dollars, it's probably not, hundreds of dollars a year, but as a percentage, it's significant. Where it got more complicated is if you look at rate 200 step 1. Now, rate 200 had a very strange structure to it when it came to reevaluating. And when we lined up our rate structure with Fortis's and Equus's more clearly, we saw major anomalies outside of the standard deviation. So what we see is that on the left of that rate 200 step 1 is you see most everybody grouped between, again, 7% reduction to, let's say, 13% increase by shifting the rate. But then you see a bunch on the far, far right of that bell curve. And those are super concerning because we're talking 100% increase, 120% increase, 125% increase. Now, we did an analysis of each. Now, I should also mention that on many of those, that's like one user in that category or 2 users in that category. It's not a huge amount of users. But we found a couple of things in rate 200. In rate 200, the residential revenue was subsidizing the small business revenue. So we weren't collecting everything we should be to cover all of our costs to deliver service to the commercial. And rate 200, by the way, is small commercial. I'm sorry that I missed that. It's small commercial. And on those really far increases, with a couple of exceptions, the vast majority of those are sites that had no or low consumption last year, and then we assumed a consumption this year. So as a percentage, it looks really dramatic. So, for example, a lot of them are irrigation sites, like Lions Park Irrigation. It's a town meter, by the way. Many of those are town meters that are seasonal in their use. And so when we applied the new rate, it looks really dramatic from a percentage, but from a real dollar point of view, it isn't that bad. These guys in the middle say 33% to 73% increase, and there might be 10 customers in there or so. Those are realizing in real dollar increases somewhere around $400 to $450 a year. So that's what we're seeing when we apply this new model to them, and there are about 8 or 10 of them that aren't town meters or institutional meters. So that really and this graph was way worse before we decided to break this into 2 steps. So when I bring this bylaw back to you, I'm hoping next week, Brad's supposed to have the bylaw rewritten. We're proposing that we make the amendments to rate 100 all in one step because the bell curve looked good. 400, which we'll talk about in one step, but 200 over 2 years. We're proposing we phase that because this graph was terrifying if we didn't. So rate 200 is a very fascinating class because for some reason, and I'll admit I'm not sophisticated enough in this to understand, rate 200 structure was way more materially different than Fortis and Equus than 100 and 400. And I don't know why. That's just how it evolved over 20 years or so of the town reviewing rates. So there is going to be an adjustment period for some customers. Now, keep in mind, this is exactly what they would be paying if they went across the street and were in Fortis territory. We're mimicking that same structure. So they've been getting a price benefit for a lot of years and a price discount. And the revenue from residential has been covering some of the customers in commercial. So that's rate 200 step 1. Rate 200 step 2 just looks like a really normal bell curve because we're just trying to pull them all in together now. But that would be a year from now. And then rate 400, that's heavy commercial or institutional. So they're big users. There's not a lot of them. If I just grab my spreadsheet, hold on, I have another spreadsheet just to give you some idea. That long line in rate 400, the tallest line, as you can see on the left-hand side, that's only 9 customers. So we only have 22 rate 400 customers. And this doesn't, I shouldn't say this makes it better, but most of them are institutional. It's the high school, it's the temple, it's, those big consumers, the hospital, thank you, a Good Sam's. Those make up a lot of our rate 400s. I think Southwest Concrete is on there, and No Frills, I believe, are also some of the non-institutional in that category. But always keep in mind that while the graph looks really tall, that only represents a handful of institutional customers, and most of them are going to see a 1 to 6% change. Now, in real dollars, it matters, by the way. We have customers paying like tens of thousands of, I'm looking at the customer spreadsheet here. We have customers paying $60,000 a year in electricity. Right? That's their consumption and their D&T charges, distribution and transmission charges. So 5% matters a whole bunch. I'm not trying to downplay that at all, but it is a reasonable increase based on what the rates look like. And one thing I want to put to you, and I'm also juggling here if our delegation gets here soon too, but I want to put something to you as we consider these rates before next week, is that these rates and these increases are based on us moving our rates to be 100% of Fortis. Okay? And historically, we have not been 100% of Fortis. We've stayed behind them a little bit. We've offered just a little bit of an advantage to the resident because they own the system. We've offered them just a little bit, 5-6%, something like that year to year, as best as we can calculate. So these increases are based on 100%. It will generate the system approximately an additional $200,000 a year of revenue at this rate structure. And if we wish to give a benefit to the ratepayer, which by the way, I'm kind of I think that might be a good idea. For every 5% that we do that, it costs us about $40,000 in revenue. So just keep that in mind, right? Because if you said to me, hey Jeff, let's go down 20%, I'm like, well then we're not gaining any more revenue by changing the rates. So I want to be cautious about that, certainly. We're budgeting for the electrical department to benefit the ratepayer about $360,000 this year in 2026. So we intend to transfer $360 from the electrical system to general taxation to offset mill rate. That's one benefit you have that some of your colleagues don't, although they do have franchise fees. So electrical rates, and when I say electrical, and I'm sorry, I need to back up almost to the beginning, I'm only talking distribution rates here. We don't play in the retail space. There's revenue to be had there that I don't want to just leave on the table. We don't need to be materially less than Fortis, because if someone is saying, well, electrical costs are a hindrance to my business or to me, they can go into Fortis territory and pay 5 or 6% more. We offer a competitive advantage there. But I don't like to leave money on the table unnecessarily either. And I want our rates to be structured similar to the industry best practice. That's what I'm trying to do here. But there will be some impacted, especially in that small commercial. There'll be some heavily impacted customers. There's no debate about it. But we have to be able to help them understand that they are at or less than what that rate is everywhere else in the province. And so it's not punitive to them because they're in Cardston. That's what I would say. So I'm just looking for a little bit of a feedback on that. So I'm just going to check for Tish again. And I'm sure there's a number of questions here. I'm happy to answer as best I can.
Anybody? Ron?
Well, the natural thing is to think less for our customers or for residents, but on the other hand, I think that because of the cost of policing, because of the increased requisitions we have a good justification to do this so that we don't experience big tax hikes. And I support charging what Fortis does.
What we don't want is hold back, then all of a sudden jump it. I've seen other jurisdictions do that, and it's just a nightmare for their taxpayers and their politicians. So you got to keep it steady. You just can't drop it or just shoot it up real high in 1 year. So I agree with you, Ron. Anybody else?
Okay, so because there was what I'm interpreting here, because there was no objection to Councillor Johnson's comment, we're going to bring back a bylaw that has us very close to parity with Fortis.
Sorry. Do we have enough time?
I don't have him on the meeting yet. So.
Just a quick question. So if in fact we did step back just a little bit, so we're not bleeding them so hard. So you're saying to step back, how much would be $40,000?
Yeah, about every, and again, there's a million variables
I
here,
get
but
it.
on the average, for every 5% we wanted to be less than Fortis on distribution and transmission, it translates to roughly $40,000. And we are anticipating this rate structure would gain us almost a couple hundred, depending on consumption and how cold the winter is. And there's all kinds of factors, right? It's a very difficult estimate for sure.
So if you don't want to turn your Christmas lights on, you can save yourself.
Not much, but yeah, you can.
I'm fine being a Grinch.
We all know that rates are not kind to conservation, right? You can put your LED bulbs in, but you're still going to pay those distribution and transmission charges. There is a component to it, but it isn't kind.
Okay. If there's nothing else, we can move on to the,
I'm going to text Mr. Prouse here and just see.
Keep going though.
I think the next week we run through pretty fast.
Okay.
Let's look at 5E, the bylaw amendment 1718A, unsightly property bylaw amendments. Who's discussing that?
I am.
Is it just the one change or?
So 1 second here, let me get there, Councillor.
Shipping container permit.
So the reason I put this on is you did first reading last meeting on this, and then I wanted to be very clear what was being proposed. And so Leor did a couple of documents, he called them bylaw amendment proposals, just outlining, saying, here's what I'm proposing, here's why, here's the purpose of it, here's my rationale. I thought it was very well done. Really just looking at adding fines, and I just realized there is one error in it, though. I just saw it. He has animal bylaw, and he meant unsightly bylaw. Okay, actually, Councillor Tish is here. So we do need to go into closed session.
Okay.
So if we could do that, and then I'll admit him, and then we can come back to that if you don't mind.
I have a motion for Councillor Johnson to go into closed session. All in favor?
Thank you. Let's get him in here and see.
Make a motion to come out of closed session.
All in favor?
Then yes, motion to extend.
Motion to extend
Till-
to 8:30.
I think you better say 9.
Better be
Say 9.
Really?
I'm sorry, but
9
But
o'clock.
if we're done before 9, then we're done, but we won't go past 9.
Yeah.
All in favor? They may need a 5-minute break for a minute.
Let's go.
Break.
Just me?
Stand up.
I'll make a motion.
Well, I'm gonna slip out, but can I just say?
We need a motion.
I'll make a
then. Hold
motion
on.
to 5 minute recess for 5 minutes.
Okay,
All in favor? Okay. Counselor Smith, are you,
I'm gonna slip out, but I just.
Motion to come back into council, Councillor, or Mayor.
I make a
Madam
motion to
Mayor.
come back in session.
All in favor? Rolling right along. We were dealing with the animal bylaw when we were somewhat interrupted.
So,
Yeah.
on the unsightly, Leor's just proposing a graduated fee schedule on the one. Instead of it must be $500 for an unsightly infraction, he's saying, look, some just don't warrant that.
Yeah.
And so he'd like a more graduated scale. And then the second one was, right now, the requirement under the unsightly is we write a municipal ticket. And he is wanting the opportunity to be able to, sorry, it's the other way. We write a provincial ticket. And the challenge with that we've run into is you write Councillor Court a provincial ticket for his unsightly, and the day before court, he is compliant. We can't change that now. You have to go to court or you're going to be convicted in absence, and we have to attend court and defend it. And there's all this human resource
And the courts will
capacity
just throw it out anyhow.
where Leor is saying, look, if I can write a municipal ticket, and if they don't comply, I can convert that to a provincial ticket. But a municipal ticket, we can just tear up on
Okay.
the spot. And so he's asking for discretion with that. So that's what we presented to you for first reading last week. But before we did any more, I just wanted to explain that.
Okay.
And we can talk about it more before any further readings.
Okay. Any other comments on that one? So let's move on to where are we at here?
Land use 5E.
5E. Yeah. And do you need to discuss that?
So
with
just
us?
really quick on this too, Joshua
Shipping
and I were just
containers, okay.
talking, we're hoping to have a public hearing on the CCAN matter and the overlay
Yeah.
matter. Old Man River redid the maps, and we just want it to be clear that what this is proposing is there's no CCANs allowed in the overlay period. And then in the lots that are adjacent or contiguous with those lots, then there is restrictions on well, you can't have the CCANs be seen at all unless they're screened and with an appropriate screening, and that's discretionary. So we just want to make sure everyone's on the same page with that before we proceed to public hearing.
I got a phone call the last couple of days from one of the guys that was here the first time, and I said, I don't think it's going to affect you at all.
No change to industrial. But if we're just all, we just want to make sure we're good before public hearing, and that's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
You want to talk about civic center?
You know what? I think the mayor nailed it. She said, put them two together in a room and let them figure it out. Instead of us trying to please everybody. That would be my preference, unless you guys want to discuss more of the civic center. Councillor Selk.
My only thought is, this is what you can have. Take it or leave it.
Okay.
And the other alternative is Westwind School Division builds their own theater.
Well, I believe that's in the plans, but it won't happen for a couple of years. So I still wouldn't mind those two sitting together and coming up with something.
Just to be clear, the reason I did say that was because in years past, when the Remington Center and the disc golf wanted the same area, we suggested, it kept coming to council and we were having to, be the good guy or the bad guy, or depending on which way. And then we finally just said, what if you sat down in a room and came up with, okay, we'll do this while you do that. And we never heard from them again, and it worked out. So, when we made this motion, I think we all assumed that the junior highs, and maybe I'm just speaking for myself, but I assumed that they didn't want January. They wanted earlier. I didn't know they had December. I just thought they needed it a little earlier. We didn't realize that they wanted so much later.
Well, I understand why they want it in January, because that's when everything
End of the semester.
Yeah.
So that's why I said, can they not just talk there and get this figured out? And yes, the end game is for Westwind School Division to give them a facility, for sure. And we are looking at this as 1 year. Yeah. That's all council approved it for. So
yeah, and the end game for the gymnastics is their own building. That's years down the road. Councillor Selk and Councillor Johnson.
Okay, this is incredibly frustrating for me.
Yeah.
In that I could have swore that the drama teacher said that he wanted to have all this done in the first semester so it didn't interfere with band in the second semester. Now he's saying he wants the first 2 months of the second semester to put on his drama. Like, make up your mind.
Month of January, right?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Councilor Johnson.
Well, there was lack of clarity on a number of fronts, but I don't know what putting them in a room can do. Can they? I mean, we've got this break in November where apparently nobody needs it. Is that true, or
no,
is this just a
no?
high school?
Gymnastics said they would take it from mid-August, and when asked when would be the perfect time for you to give up a slot, they suggested November would be the perfect time so that they could run an 8-week program, was my understanding. And so that's why it's open.
So in my mind then, my
Yes.
feeble mind, why doesn't the school take December and January? Because gymnastics doesn't really go there in December, do they?
Yes, they do. That's when they have their tumbling,
Okay.
something provincials. So that's why they didn't want to be not in there in December, is my understanding. Councillor Salk, if I'm wrong, it was because they have some sort of tumbling something in January. So they really they thought, great, November we'll have a break, and then they would go into that. But again, that's what I believe.
I still like your idea of putting them in the room together. If they can't solve it, then we'll solve it for them. I mean, simple as that. I mean, really, give them a chance to talk it through. And if they can't, neither one of them can come to an agreement, then we will solve it. And it probably won't be the best benefit of the high school, but we'll solve it the best we can. Because we gave them time, and now they've said they can't really use that time.
So it's
But
UFC.
again, I don't want to
put 'em in
be
a
jumping
cage
on
and whoever
anybody's.
comes out wins.
I'm not jumping on anybody's bandwagon. I think they both have very valuable things here.
Absolutely.
It's just a matter if they can work out the time frame, and so we can put it to rest. But only for this year, as
It's 1
Councillor
year.
Johnson said.
That's
Yeah.
what he said.
So
So while you're not making motions in this room, what we're hearing is, do you want me to see if I can facilitate a meeting?
Great.
Between the groups,
Thank
we'll see
you.
how it goes. Okay.
yeah.
Godspeed.
Thanks.
You got nothing else
Thanks,
to say.
That's never how I like to hear a direction of administration.
Godspeed.
Yeah. We're just all happy we don't have to be in the room.
I'd love to be there.
Okay, 6B, commercial lot sales options.
Yeah, I'm just pulling this up. I put a backgrounder, council. Just we're starting to we want to try and get ready to get those 13 lots we're proposing south of the Francophone School for sale. One of the challenges is we've currently subdivided into half-acre lots, and some of the interest we're getting is these people would like multiple lots. And while some of those are completely legitimate, some others we worry that they'll be purchased on speculation and that they'll be sat on and flipped once they're bought. And so I put a number of things. Me and ChatGPT were brainstorming some ideas on how you could manage that. And I highlighted a couple that I would like to propose to see. Instead of just listing them for sale and the first one in the door to claim how many they want, there's some risk there about them being purchased on speculation. And that people are just land banking them. So they buy 3, they do build their facility on one of them, and then they sit until they're sold out and double their money to pay for their one. It's super common. And we've been bit before, Councillor, as you know.
I've done that.
We've been bit on that before. So I was looking at a number of options. 2 that I think are quite interesting is one is simply what I called status quo plus. So you come in, you make an offer to purchase, and then you have to negotiate the terms of development in your development agreement. But you also have to have some rationale for why some of those would sit empty. Now, I'll give you, without disclosing anything, one of the people that are potentially interested was saying they wanted 3 of them. And when I asked why, he said, because the nature of the business is I need a large amount of open space for staging large equipment. To me, that's a legitimate reason for needing some extra land. Otherwise, they can't manipulate around. They only would build on one, but they need room for parking, staging, inventory, the rest of that. So they wouldn't build an improvement on the other. Now, our current policy would be skeptical of that and saying, well, you have to put something on there within a certain amount of time. But there are legitimate reasons to have open space. I'm not arguing that. Which leads into, down below it was option 5, which was actually a little more administratively and council cumbersome. But what it is that essentially it's an RFP business proposal and council selects the end users. So we say, hey, council's taking proposals on these lots for the next month. If you're interested in buying any of them, tell us what you're looking to do, how many you need, why you need that many. And then council can look and say, yeah, you know what? We like that. That's a good idea. But now you're having to oversee that. Now, mind you, it's not 100 lots, it's 13. Yeah. And the initial demand is probably for 6 or 7. But the question is, do we request more information on the intent of the use of the land versus just saying, all these are for sale for X amount of dollars and come buy however many you want? Look, I'm trying to find some safeguards here. So I'm just looking for some feedback on how involved you may want to be as a council in determining the end use.
Yeah. But you and I talked a bit earlier about perhaps putting some kind of not a lien on it, but what was the word I used again?
Caveat, I believe.
Caveat, yeah.
So that would
Putting
be,
some kind of a caveat on the use of it over 5 or 6 years or whatever. And if they can't develop it within 4 or 5 years, they sell it back to us.
that
Yeah, I
was
was
my
gonna say,
question.
is
What
there-
would be the remedy for not complying with the original plan?
Sure. So in the current policy for residential lots specifically, and we get a little more lenient with commercial, but the current remedy would be that if you didn't develop within the prescribed timeline, the town bought it back with a penalty. So it was minus 10%, I think it is. So we take it back minus 10% of the purchase price. And so you essentially leased it for that time. And we took 10%. Now that gets messy, by the way, because you're forcing title transfer, but if your development agreement prescribes it, you can eventually get through. You're going to burn up your 10% in legal fees. But yes, so we do have, that's what it's been. It's been that we buy it back less. Councillor Court, your thought earlier today was, and I think there might be some merit there, is okay, if you want multiple, you can't sell these to anyone other than the town for X amount of years. Yeah. Then you're not really that motivated to land bank them if you can't get a return on investment in any kind of reasonable time. So if we said, Paula Brown wants to buy 3 and build on 1, those 2 can't be sold to the public for 10 years. It has to come back to the town. So if you want to dispose of those, it has to come to us and then we can sell them again. There's some risk there, certainly. Some people may be well-heeled enough that it's not a problem for them to sit on those indefinitely. They just acquired land and they're going to look at it as a long-term investment, which could pay off, by the way. Mm-hmm. So there's certainly risk there. And I think it depends philosophically if you as a councillor saying we want to see as much business on those lots as quick as possible. And so we're going to scrutinize the plans of those that want to buy them. And we'll give preference to those with a better plan, is essentially what you're saying.
Yeah, and the property that we got, that we ran into a problem with, it actually went through 3 hands before.
And still nothing developed on it.
And nothing developed on it.
We extended 6 figures worth of services to it.
And nothing but
had
horses.
No return on investment.
Horses in a horse barn.
Right,
yeah.
So like you said, can you put in the contract they have to have something built on there in a certain amount of years then?
Yeah, so right now if you buy a lot from the town, we're going to say something like you have to commence construction within 12 months. Because we do get a lot of people come in and say, well, I'm not sure. And we're saying, then don't buy it now.
Yeah.
Right? Because we want to keep it available for someone who has a plan in the short term. Mm. And so they got to get serious fast. So certainly those things can apply. But again, what we're going to run into, and I would say justifiably, is the person that says, yes, I'm going to build an improvement on this one, but I need this one for the course. It's a legitimate need for the business, but I don't intend to build anything on it. So how do we, how do we do that?
Like
right?
A storage, like to put equipment there.
Yeah. I'm gonna put aggregate on it. I'm gonna put inventory on it. I'm gonna put yard materials on it. I don't know.
Look at Josh's building. He's got all those equipment on it.
Yeah, for acres and acres. There's equipment on there. And that's a legitimate use. I'm not arguing that, but it doesn't get us much for taxes.
Yeah.
I'm a little more concerned about accommodating a going concern business than getting tax on every lot. I just want to make sure that it's being used in the course of the business and not being sat on for speculation. That's my biggest concern.
That's all our concern, yeah. So, where are we at with it?
I do like option 1, but I do really appreciate and like Councillor Court's idea of putting a caveat on it that says over so many years that you can't sell it unless it's back to the town. I think that's a great idea because for us, we want tax money out of that. So that's me personally.
Yeah. Well, we just don't want to get, like you say, sell it for this price and they turn around and double it for whatever reason.
And if I might, Councillor, not to complicate it, but you as a council might be motivated to sell those lots for cost recovery and not necessarily for market. So what that means is if Jeff Shaw decides, man, I'm going to go in there and buy 5 of those, I have immediate equity.
Yeah.
Because you were selling them to stimulate economic growth for less than market. And I don't want to see that. Right? I don't want to see someone come in and say, I happen to have enough cash on hand, I can buy 5 of them and just sit on them. And I have immediate equity because we weren't selling them for market value intentionally because we want them filled quickly. Right? That would be the goal. So I want to be very cautious on.
And you limit the amount that we sell. Sell them 2 lots, that's all they get.
Well,
or
but
3.
again, what if I came to you and said I have a very legitimate reason why I need 1.5 acres?
Yeah.
It's a make or break for my business. If I can't buy 3, I'm buying 0, for example.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that situation exists, but what if?
So that's only option 5 that kind of takes care of that.
Yeah, option 5 says you submit your request for purchase and you submit your business case to why you should be able to buy and not develop on some lots. And if we review that collectively and say, no, that's legitimate, that makes sense to me, then you might be just fine with that.
Yep.
But does council really want that authority? I guess is the real question. Do you as councillors really want the authority to be able, and maybe we do, do you really want the authority for that to come in and for me to say, I don't like Councillor or I don't like Kent's idea. No, that's not good. But I do like his. Like, I don't know. I like the idea of being separate.
I
Makes
would
me
agree
nervous.
with you, Mayor. I would agree wholeheartedly that that's the last thing we want to get involved with. But as long as we have a reasonable way of getting close to market value,
Agreed.
and they come in with a development plan.
Agreed.
So, just to play devil's advocate.
Yeah.
So we don't want to have the responsibility ourselves. But if Jeff makes the decision, then we get to roast him instead. Is that what we're talking about here?
Thank you for reading between the lines.
know. Yeah, we left it to administration. We screwed it up. Councillor Court, I'm not trying to be argumentative here, Mayor, but you have an obligation to ensure that municipal land is disposed of for the best purpose.
Agreed.
Whether you wish to abdicate that or not.
Agreed.
You as a council are responsible to make sure that lands owned by the municipality are disposed of for their best purpose.
Yep.
And I'm not asking you to discriminate whether or not you necessarily think that Kent can run a business, but you're saying, does he simply justify the request for multiple lots that will not be developed on? Because he may have an awesome business that we're in closed session, aren't we?
No,
right now
we're not.
Never mind.
Thank
I
you.
won't share what that is. I'll share it later. But somebody that did come and talk to me, we had quite a debate about this because I said, I understand what you're saying and I think you'll have a great business, but it doesn't mean you need 4 of those.
Right.
Well, yeah, it does because no, but it doesn't make any sense, right? Like you're land banking. Of course you are. And so I know that intent is out there and I just want to be careful about that. You know the nature of the business. There's no way they need 2 acres for the nature of this business. Mm-hmm. So it just leaves a little discretion there. And if you're not comfortable, that's totally fine. We can just look at trying to tie things up in a development agreement, but recognizing that some of those lots need to be left empty by the nature of the business. That's the concern.
Also a concern is that they buy and build, and now they sell the second lot to cover the first lot.
Covers the first lot price, that's right.
Councillor Self.
We're not making a motion on this tonight anyway.
No, we're just discussing it so we can make one.
So anybody can
Chew on it.
hash this out in their brain, and then when it comes forward again.
Sure.
Sounds good.
So I guess what I'm saying, can we move
In
along?
the interest of time,
Move along.
we can. Any other comments on it? All right, we'll think this one over.
Yeah.
Just one more question.
Yeah.
Your recommendation is option 5, I take it. Is that what you're saying?
I just feel like it does give some discretion over, at least if you're going to sell a guy 4 of them, he had some intention and there was a legitimate reason. Right now, there's a bunch of nuance in all this. And sorry, Counselor, for the sake of time out. There's a bunch of nuance here to say, look, we'll sell you the one you're going to build on for this price, but if you're buying it with the intent to be vacant, it's at this price. We're not going to sell it below market if it isn't going to be taxable. There's lots of ways, so I would appreciate just kind of stew on that a little bit. And there's 20 variations in what I put on your backgrounders as well. So lots of ways to think about it.
Okay. Correspondence, Donna Prince would like you to show up and help serve a senior breakfast, is it? Yeah. On June 1st. Okay.
Do you want me to let her know who would be interested in that?
I could be there.
I get out of what day is that?
She will as well.
Yeah.
Day is that?
It's a Monday.
The Monday.
From 7:30 to 10:30 a.m. 7:30 a.m.
Yeah, it's a breakfast.
Perfect.
Shot Sunday night, and Monday's not very good for me. So, whatever it's right to say. Also,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Those two for now.
I can be there too.
I could be there.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. I'll let her know.
The next one is a community foundation letter, the big $6,000 grant to the Moses Lake Cardston County Powwow project.
Yep.
Cool, good job on that one.
So Hannah's going to go into that grant ceremony and accept that and everything on Thursday.
Okay, good. Where did we get
Can
to?
we do, sorry, Councillor Court, can we send a letter of thanks, appreciation for the grant?
Oh, yeah.
Recommend to council to send a letter here in this meeting.
Okay, so I would like to make a recommendation that council send a letter of thanks for the $6,000 grant we received.
Everybody okay with that? Say yes.
So you can go on, yes. Yeah.
Anybody guessed it?
Yes.
It's not the ayes have it. That's not.
Nay.
Okay, are we going back in the
Move to go into closed session.
closed session? All in favor? Got 23 minutes.